you should do magic for me. Are you?
Go ahead.
Is it cool?
But I need to disconnect the Wi-Fi.
Okay. No.
You can't have a full without Wi-Fi. I don't know why you're doing this weird. Right now you come on. It makes it cool. But not at the time you still the go up. So pick up carry on, come here. Somebody to sit up. The way they come, if you saw someone there, Charlie. I think I'm blowing the camera. Oh, unless I'm blocking. No. I've got somebody with do this one. Let me see that again.
Good morning. Good morning to welcome to this first of its kind DNS adoption event for PhD awareness and deployment. I want to thank you all for having this invitation. It was just a great response to taking online and mails and performance. Thank you. I want to do full mic talking. We have on our high table. Mr. Yaobi, that's one. A member of ICANN. We have Mr. Yamata DG
I don't read that.
National
Speech to
Information
come in, that's why
Technology.
but it's,
We have
it's like
Prof.
it's breaking a bit
Pen
now.
from Ghana.com
It's breaking a bit. It's dropping
and
some
Mr.
things.
Desmond Wati
It's
from the English of Communication.
yeah.
We'll
Okay.
take
The time is
an opening remark from Mr. Yaobi. Let's welcome. Our peers will come to let's try to take our peers. Thank you.
Slow down.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think we may move to the seats around the table.
Are you doing streaming?
yes.
Streaming directly on YouTube?
Yes.
Good morning again. My name is Yaobi Atom. I'm working for ICANN. Please accept the apology from Pierre Dandino, who is the Vice President for Stakeholder Engagement for Africa. I would like to thank the Ministry of Communication for helping in preparing this event. I would like to thank Anita. I would like to thank Prof. Nikweno and his staff. And I would like to thank you all for coming to this important event. Today's event is part of the implementation of the Africa strategy. We'll have to talk. I will have the opportunity to talk more in detail about this ICANN Africa strategy. And one of the major objectives of the Africa strategy is to develop the domain name system market in Africa. And we cannot develop this domain name system market without security. And the Dnssec implementation at the CCTLD level is one of the key components of securing the domain name system. So today's event is one of this series we have already in some countries in Africa. So our hope is that at the end of this workshop, 3 days event, we'll have a plan. We'll be able to move soon to the signature of .gh CCTLD, and from that to the second level domain name under the .gh. So we want to give more time to the day. So we just want to end our remarks by wishing you a very successful day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Yombi. We'll take another opening remarks from Mr. George Akabuatin, DG from NITA.
Professor Kweno, Board Chairman of NITA, Director PDMO of Ministry of Communication, Mr. Wati, Rep of ICANN Vice President. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. On behalf of the Board of Directors and staff of NITA, I wish to welcome you all to this roadshow. As you are aware, NITA is an agency of government established by an act of parliament with a mandate to regulate the provision of information and communications technology, and also to promote standards of efficiency and ensure high quality service. It is on the basis of this that NITA accepted a request from ICANN to host this roadshow. Since 2012, NITA has been actively involved in the redevelopment of the .gh registry. The incorporation of Dnssec technology is of great interest to NITA. Over the years, government has also invested a lot in terms of infrastructure for NITA. We have almost 120 LTE base stations in the country. We have a 700-kilometer rural fiber and also a 300-kilometer radius metro fiber in Accra and Tamale. NITA is on the verge of deploying the first ever city public Wi-Fi in the country, starting from May 2016. Very soon, we will also be issuing RFPs in the papers to partner with IT agencies so that we can extend internet connectivity to other private organizations. On this note, I wish to welcome you all and enjoy the roadshow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nanakambo. We'll take another opening remarks from Prof. Nikweno, the current CCLD manager of the DH. Help me welcome Prof. Nikweno.
While I understand we do not have any tools here, at least I would like to use this to share some of the history that you might find educational here. Anyway, Honorable Minister represented by my friend, and Director General of NITA, and Vice President of Annan, also represented by John. I'm pleased to share a few words in this meeting to underscore the importance of the development of the DNS and its dependence on stakeholders to accomplish that, especially something as collaborative as signing tools. More about that. For this session, unfortunately, I'm not my normal role. I'm not acting as the chairman of respectfully, because legacy-wise, I'm the operator of the system. I'm the chief operator. I'm the admin on the contract, and you will discover more of this. So I'm in a way talking as a chairman of Annan.com, which is a successor company to MPS. The operation of the system in order for it to not disappear, and that is what we have. But GDC itself is an internet software company doing a variety of things in the e-commerce area, and I'm sure you recently heard about the Bitcoin mining and things like that. That gives you a flavor of what we are doing. For me, it's also an opportunity to share the history. There are things that are happening or have happened that many of you will not be aware of. And then I'll suggest some policy recommendations to consider. And I think that goes as far as the ministry and also. Okay. I thank the government of Ghana for adopting what I consider a more collaborative approach to developing the chief registry. Unlike the past government, in my opinion, who dealt a negative role internet as a whole. This is a history of one of the first domain registries installed and operated by Africans, by themselves, with no help from anybody. Okay, by themselves in Ghana in 1995. And the registry has been operating since without disruption, and even survived a vicious forced shutdown in 2003. I don't think any of you would have survived that. For some of NCS pioneers, it was a techno-liberation struggle and a sacrificial task to emancipate these people from that fight. This adventure later resulted in lots of envy, you might say, and political persecution, I say. Sadly, the intrigue, persecutions, and greed of land looters at Bridge resulted in the shutdown of NCS without any regulatory protection. And this to me was a big blow to the internet economy. And you are still suffering it, even though you recovered, you are still suffering it. I can give you many examples later. John Postel delegated a chief registry in 1995, according to a document known as RFC 1591. With me as the admin point of contact and William David, your colleague Director General at NCA, as the technical point of contact. That's fact. The RFC 1591 states that the admin for that country performs public service on behalf of the internet community, supervises the namespace and operating DNS for that country. The designated manager is trustee for the delegated domain and have duty to serve community, both the nation and the global internet community. So there's dual responsibility here. The national community and the global, because the names cannot disappear and the global depends on it. So it's touchy. It's not. Well, usually under such circumstances, it's best to share some anecdotes, some little stories that you remember. At that time, they were tough stories. Some thought that by operating the GH, and they would think of it that way, some people would think of the new organization. They said, by operating the registry, we get to listen to their communications. Some of the old guys are like, I want them to deny. They said it. They said because you are the GH and they are not, you can get to listen to their mail. This is how ignorant people can be with technology. Okay? It's not true. I need to do much more than operate the DNS for me to listen to those. In fact, they necklace us with it. Okay? I'm trying to air all these things so you get a feel for the pain and the sacrifice has taken to reach here, so that you can collectively protect and secure what you are doing. Some said that it was an advantage for the then first ISP of Ghana to be also managed to the extent that the formation of the so-called ISP association, they were deliberately excluded. There was a meeting in Novotel, they were not even invited. Not even invited. That's how bad sometimes ask people this. And I want you to think about it. If you want to reform the future, you have to reflect on it. Okay? Others thought the registry was making so much money, but when they saw the number of domain names that they had, they ran away. They never came back. You called me till they don't come back. You have to think about these things. Bear in mind that some CC operators in Africa are actually outside of the region. Yet, the ones that are in your country trying to do things for you, you treated them like this. You know, I could have just packed my things and gone somewhere else. And you'll be begging me to come. You'll be hiring consultants to wait to bring me back. But because I'm here, this is what we got. Okay? I'm saying it's not that simple, huh? We've had to struggle. People have had to fight. I even remember the late chief of staff calling me around maybe 201, 202, demanding the GH names. I said, here they are. These are the names we have. You want more? You can get. He said, is that all? I said, yeah. Because somebody has fed in with information that he's responding to. We need to be a bit more level. Okay? I think it's important. Anyway, this climate led to the cessation of NCS internet operations in November 2006, 2003, 26, 2003. And it was nearly overlaunched. The land had been idle since. Okay? It was a real land dispute. The land would not be idle, it's still idle, lying there. there was no protection for this GH operator, NCA. As the then chairman of NCA chose, okay, not to intervene because he said that the perpetrator and gold magnet is an associate of powerful people. Okay, and he's referring to presidency and things of that sort. By the way, the deputy minister of the time, instead of supporting and saying, please leave this guy alone to do his business, whatever it is to be solved, he said, where's my fish? At the time that town is banging on your head, and you are asking for people to help you salvage something that we are doing trust for the whole country. Deputy Minister, and by the way, don't worry, it happens to my own nephew. Okay, so you should learn this thing. It happens to my own nephew. He said, where is the GH? Okay, I said, the GH is gone. Do whatever you want. At 770, established domain name registry. And as the principal stakeholder in operating the GH, I was surprised to discover this after it was an act. Meaning, what is the nature of our consultation? See, the person is doing it. If you want to do it, you should at least work with them. Then you can do it. But to pass a law, in December 2008, last month, for changing government, that by Article 642 says, after assumption, a person shall not do anything or operate any CC name except as provided by the Act. Then it goes on to say in the same section, a person who contravenes this section commits an offense liable for a term of imprisonment of not more than 3 years. This was meant for me. You see, so I'm saying, how do you expect people to sacrifice to bring new innovative technologies if 10 years later, 20 years later, you will make it criminal for them to do things? I mean, those things, we should wash our hands off all those things. If we're going to do Dnssec, which requires even more stringent teams and more discipline, we should cut these things. Okay? Now, I ask whether this is what Ghanaian Parliament said. I don't think so. Some African CCs are operating outside, then they will come to me for assistance. We are working on some now to migrate the CC from outside in. So why is it that if I'm in, I have to suffer like this? And it's for trust. I told you, IRC 1591 is for trust. They believe in trust. So sometimes we operate recklessly. Anyway, I remain responsible as the namespace operator in this case, and can't allow it to disappear. The same way, even though we're shut down, we do not allow it to disappear. Perhaps maybe that was the wish of some people that it would disappear and they can go and collect it, but the obligation to the global community as well as the local prevented us from going that route. The steps remaining are very simple. We've done most of the work, and it includes demonstrating a stable, competent, and committed staff by way of long-term arrangements, staff employment arrangements, requisite AFNOG-like training to guarantee that we have technical strength to deal, and then operational CCTLA discipline, and of course clear processes for maintaining the system. Regarding policy implementation, I have a problem of it is not a good idea for an entity to be both an operator and a policy maker.
Yes, sir.
They generally like to separate the two. Traditionally, anyone can operate, but we let the policy be done by a community. So, for that purpose, this happens. Let's be frank, this community is just too small. We need to have more. So, we have a challenge of building that community. Of course, I can give you some good reasons why it became like this. If you start chasing me in 201 out of town, you expect all the internet footballs to run for cover, and some of them did. Many of the even not-for-profit societies did not show up for long till later. Okay? So there are problems. The option in the Electronic Transaction Act for the registry to be installed as a not-for-profit organization should be considered. Just to give you some assistance from government schools. Lastly, and this is an important message, you may be aware that there are new GTLs, right? There are new top-level domains happening, well over 1,000 of them. So they will have an impact on your CCTLD, that's the GH market. Similarly, they will have an on all of the CCs, whether it's .T or .UK. Now, with over 1,000 new TLDs, if the CC is poorly operated, I think your guess is as good as mine. People will find some other places to go. Yeah. On the other hand, you can work the other way around too. If your CC is well run, like I think yours is run, because we have not had any major case of litigation on brands, because you have some policies in place that sort of repel those things. So you don't have too many conflicts, which means that you're okay. So if you run it properly with the right response and the right services, then the other effect will happen, which is those who are disappointed by the promises of 1,000 GTLEs, they will say, I want identity, so I'm coming to GH, and then you recognize me as somebody in GH. So it can have both effects. So I'm saying it's really hard for us. Anyway, I thank the government of Ghana for collaborating in the redelegation process. We have a system operating in NICA and carries NICA IPs. So from my point of view, we've done the best we can. Now we're looking for the engagement from the other side. So, the work that issue for us, we'll finish this process and be happy. Anyway, I wish you good luck and I thank you very much for it.
Such a powerful speech. Great. I believe we call that we'll take another open mic from Mr. Delmon Watson from Individual Communication.
Thank you very much, MC. I'm always excited when I see my prof always around me at various programs and stuff like that. And I remember those days when he was teaching us at Lagos. And I'm always happy about seeing him and stuff like that. I'm here this morning on behalf of the minister who would have wished to be here to participate in this program, but due to other pressing issues, he's not here with us. That notwithstanding, I will go ahead and then read the speech on his behalf. When he was making his statement, I heard him saying that we should not say the chairman of Labour Board. So I've got the appropriate designation, so I will just go ahead and do that. So chairman of the Ghana.com, Professor Queen, Director General Nita, and the rep of ICANN, all other protocols of SEC. Ladies and gentlemen, the technical internet community was stunned when the configure virus hit the domain name of the industry in 2008. The world was able to create domain names from many global registries, including the .gh registry, and use them for transactions globally. This attack almost compromised the domain name service industry. It took the collective effort of the global technical internet community and the ICANN to resolve the menace. The domain name system is like the phone book of the internet. Any disruptive attacks against this phone book will create total confusion in the digital world. Imagine a web imagine the web attacks your mobile phone and reshuffles the entries, said that original entries are pointed to different entries. It will be very difficult to call anyone on your phone. Ladies and gentlemen, the phone analogy made here underpins the importance of maintaining a very robust .gh country code DNS system. Since 2011, the ministry has, in line with the Electronic Transaction Act, began a process to pre-develop and automate the .gh registry. I am glad to announce that the technical development is almost complete, and the organization process to establish the Ghana domain name registry is ongoing. The ministry will soon announce a process to invite business entities to be accredited as registrars to sell .gh domains to end users as prescribed by the Act. The .gh domain is critical in defining our digital presence as a nation. The ministry considers this as a very critical resource to all the projects the ministry is undertaking to ensure that Ghana is truly transformed through ICT and will support the efficient establishment and management of the .gh CCTLD and promote participation by the local internet community in the policy making process for the running of the registry. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last few years, there has been a global effort to ensure that registries are secure and provide domain names that are reliable to end users with a minimal risk of being distorted. In Europe and elsewhere, I am told there has been extensive adoption of the technology to secure domain names. However, the adoption rate in Africa has been slower than the global rates. It is in this light that I wish to commend ICANN, African Stakeholder Engagement Vice President, and his team for initiating the African Dnssec ROADSHOW. I am also told that the ROADSHOW has already been to several other countries and is in Ghana today. I am further informed that the ROADSHOW has yielded positive results, which a few more countries on the continent adopting to the Dnssec technology. I believe the facilitators will give Ghana a very good business case for adopting the Dnssec. On this note, it is my singular honor to officially declare the Awareness Day duly open. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Your Honor. I know many people are asking what is ICANN about, what does it stand for, what does it mean Dnssec, and why this collaboration between ICANN, Ghana.com later. I would invite Mr. Yombi Atokon again to give us a presentation on ICANN and Africa Dnssec. Let's welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to talk more in detail about ICANN, talk also a little about the Annan transition, and finally about the Africa strategy, ICANN Africa strategy. And then we'll have time to answer to some questions. We used to talk about ICANN in brief because sometimes when you ask people, ICANN, is it iPhone or iPad? No, ICANN is an organization. So ICANN is the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers. So ICANN is a very young organization comparing to other organizations. But ICANN is playing a very role important in the ecosystem in general. Most of the people, they know about ITU in general, because ITU is very, has more than 100 years, ITU as an organization. But ICANN was created in 1998. So you can see that ICANN is a very young organization. And ICANN is in charge of the management of IP addresses, domain names, and protocol parameters. So this is what ICANN is doing. But it's very important to know that without this management, we cannot have internet run correctly. So this is the role ICANN is playing in the ecosystem. That is the management of IP addresses, the domain names, and then the protocol parameters. So ICANN around the world. This map is just to give you an idea about physically where we have ICANN. We have the headquarters in Los Angeles of ICANN. And on this map, you have what we call the hub offices. And what we have the engagement offices. In the hub offices, you can have like all the ICANN regular operations. This is the case for Los Angeles, Istanbul, and Singapore. So, but at the beginning, when ICANN started, you had only the Los Angeles office. Then you have places where we call engagement offices. It's where engagement to the region are conducted from like a presence for engagement. Now, during the last ICANN meeting in Morocco, the engagement office in Nairobi was announced, so we have a space in Nairobi somewhere as a presence in Africa for engagement for ICANN. So you have also engagement offices in South Korea, Seoul. You have one in Beijing. You have in Washington, D.C. You have in Montevideo. So in these engagement offices, you don't have the full operations, like where the registrars can contact ICANN to have responses to some queries. So currently, for the Europe, Middle East, and Africa, all these operations are handled from Istanbul in Turkey. So that is what we call the EMEA region, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. But the engagement centers are more for engagement in ICANN. So generally in ICANN we talk about the multi-stakeholder model. So when we talk about the multi-stakeholder model, we have everybody in this model. Like you can see, we have the businesses, large and small. You have all of them within ICANN. You have the technical community. Because ICANN is not only for the technical community, it's very important. You have everybody in ICANN. So you have the technical community. You have the civil society, and most of the time you have people, it represents most of the time the end users also. So when we talk about the civil society organization in ICANN, you have ICT associations, you have users associations, and then you have all them in the civil society in ICANN. We'll talk about more about some of them in the next slide. Also, you have the government, because their point of view, their position are very important for ICANN policy development. You have researchers and academics. You have all of them in ICANN, like we were in Accra with Prof. Lee. In Alea now is the lead instructor for the DNS protocol. We were in Dakar last week, and because the West and South Africa Research and Discipline Network, we had a meeting, the annual conference in Dakar last week. So we are also there. So the academia is also part of ICANN community. And as I said, we have also the end users. The end user, you can be an end user as an individual. You can participate in ICANN activities. you can also through an association or an organization. So as an individual, you can participate. Or like we have some position in ICANN, for example, where we have some organizations. When I will talk about AFRALO and ALAP later. So you see that anybody in this room can be a member of one of these organizations. On your own, you can be a member of one of these organizations. So this picture you see in the presentation later gives more information about the ICANN global multi-stakeholder community. So it is more detailed. You have the domain name industry, for example. When you talk about the domain name industry, we mention most of the time the registries, the registrars, and the domain name organization, the other one. So at the country level, for example, you have the country code registry, which is the organization, and also you have the registrar. As the representative of the minister said, so we'll have very soon a registrar for .dh or Excelence for .dh, who are the receiver, but we have the main organization who is in charge of .dh, this organization, the registry. So this map is to give you an idea. You see on this map, we have how ICANN works. You have the board of directors of ICANN. And then you have also the staff. Today you have about 300 people working for ICANN worldwide. And for Africa strategy, we'll talk about the Africa strategy. You have 3 people. You have the vice president for stakeholder engagement, who is Pierre Daniel. You have myself, stakeholder manager in charge of operation in Africa. And then you have somebody for engagement in East Africa for Ocean. So we are 3 now currently in Africa. And the hope is to have more people in the future for Africa. So it is about the staff in general. And then you have people in other hubs or offices of ICANN. We have in the middle what we call the nomination committee. The nomination committee is also playing an important role. So to have people in the various committees and organizations, we have a committee who is in charge of selecting people. The nomination committee is, for example, in charge of selecting the members of the board of directors. So I was member in 2010 and 11 in the nomination committee. This is why I'm saying that anybody in this room can be member of this nomination committee. So if you are involved in the committee, you participate, you can be a member of this nomination committee, for example. And we have also of some organizations. The one ending by C are the committees, AC, the advisory committees. So I would just want to mention the GAC, for example, Governmental Advisory Committee. So in this committee, you have a representative from governments. So each government normally has to designate somebody to represent the government in that committee. But today the situation is that we have some countries in Africa, not only in Africa, we have some countries with no representative in the GAC. So that is very important because some decisions, some policies need input from the GAC, for example. But and we have some cases where we have GAC representative. We have this when they attend ICANN meetings. Most of the time, they are not really in the meeting. You know, sometimes you have to go for shopping on these things. So these people do more shopping than the meeting itself. So when they go back home, there's no reporting to the ministry. And sometimes these people are changed. We have new GAC representative. And sometimes the member of the ministry, they are not informed that some people don't know that there is a gap. Some people call GAC. So it is very important. When you go to ICANN website, you go to GAC, you will see who's the Ghana representative for GAC. So these people are normally supposed when they attend this meeting. Not only the meetings, they have the physical meetings, they have regular meetings, monthly and all that. So they have to report to the ministry, to the other ministry, so that the government knows what is happening in ICANN, so we can receive input from the government. So this is one very important body in ICANN, the GAC. I want to mention also ITF, which is also a body, very important body. We'll talk about the Annan function, and we'll mention the protocol parameters. So ITF is playing a big role, but we don't have too much people involved in ITF. If you're interested, please, Alain is here for 3 days. Talk to Alain, and because Alain is very involved in ITF. We need people, Africans, more Africans to be in ITF because we need input. We need input. Today, everybody can do marketing. Prof. Nico, we have this example, many people. We can do many things that also developed countries are doing. So mathematics, all these things, we can do that. But ITF also, we have to be involved. We have to be involved and also suggest or propose the document that we call RFC. Prof. Nico was talking about one of them, the request for comment. So this document, we can also make proposition for RFC. So I'm not sure that we have many RFC from Africa, maybe one. So Alain will confirm that one. So we need to produce more requests for comment. So the work ITF is doing is very important for ICANN. We talk about the protocol parameters. So I'm sure the next 2 days you can hear from Alain on that. So this is what I want to say about the ITF. We have also SAC, which is an advisory committee on security for ICANN. So member of this group, their interest is security for the whole domain name system. So this is this committee. We have a committee which is called AITI, At-Large Advisory Committee. So in this committee, you have 15 people in AITI, and you have 3 people per region, 3 people from Africa. Then we have an organization in Africa, AFRALO, African At-Large Regional Organization, AFRALO. So in AFRALO, we have members that we call, or associations that we call at-large structures. Any association in a country, any association in Ghana interested can join AFRALO. So when the organization join AFRALO, so you can also participate in AFRALO at large. That is what we call at large. So any association, user association, IT association, ISOC chapters, they are member of AFRALO. And then in ELA, we have 3 representatives per region. So we have 3 representatives from Africa, 2 from AFRALO, and 1 independent. So if you go to ICANN website, anytime there is a call for volunteer for ELA, so one person can be anyone from this room, independent person, and then when you apply for the position, you can be the 3rd person for ELA, for Africa. So we have 3 people from Africa, 3 from Europe, 3 from Latin America, etc. So in ELA, we have 15 people. So it is very important, if you are interested to contribute to the policy development in ICANN, you join, like you can join AFRALO. You cannot join as individual AFRALO. You can join AFRALO through one association. But as a member of ELA, where we have the 15 members, any person can join as an individual to be in this advisory committee of ICANN. We have the CCNSO, which is a country code name supporting organization. So in CCNSO, we have people from the CCTLB, like .gh, we have 1 person. In CCNSO, .df for Burkina Faso, we have 1 person. .bj for Benin, 1 person. But today, all the countries, CCTLB, they are not member of the CCNSO yet. So it's also a message. If you check on ICANN website, you see CCNSO, and you don't have a representative from your country, maybe you can ask a question. So what we are doing, ICANN team from engagement is to talk about countries, to talk to countries where we don't have that representative, where we don't have CCNSO representative. We talk about CCTLB registry, we talk to government, we talk to civil society organization, so that we are aware of this organization, we can join them. The DNSO is also a very important group, generic name supporting organization. So we have in this group, most of them, we have ISPs, we have registries, we have two bodies. You have contract contracted party and non-contracted parties. So in the DNSO, so we have a lot of policies, policy discussion in DNSO. So you need to contribute. If you want to join DNSO, you go to ICANN website, you check for DNSO, generate the name supporting organization, and you can join one of the working groups of DNSO. We need more contribution from Africa to the policy development process in ICANN, from African government, and then the Ministry of Communication. So if you go back to that, it was like a call to have more Africa, more involvement in ICANN. And in 2012, there was a meeting, during one of the ICANN meetings, there was a meeting with the African community, with the new ICANN CEO, the new at that time, who is Fabi Shihani. And then it was asked that a group of people from the community, a group of organizations, develop a document that we call the Africa Strategy. And then we can say 5 years now, after 15 ICANN meetings, we are in the second phase of this strategy. So when we talk about the Africa strategy, it has two major objectives. The first one of the objectives of this strategy is people from the DNS industry in Africa develop. If you talk about the DNS industry in Africa, we can say it's almost not there. We don't have real DNS industry. We have the second part. So the strategy was not to it's the develop of this DNS industry in Africa. So how can we do that? And then create an environment. So that is what we can do to improve, to transform the DNS industry. So that is the first objective. And the second one is to increase participation industry in Africa, this is Africa in ICANN. So these are the two things needed in ICANN ecosystem. So that is what I can started work with. So there was a document that was developed. So how can I strategy? And then from this strategy we have a program action plan, and so every year we have a project that needs to be implemented every year. And this is the first objective. And the second one. So I want just to give briefly what some of the list of some of the targets and what have been achieved in the last year. We talk about improvement of the ICANN visibility in the region. So the three ICANN start with the community. We were able to participate in many people, global events on the continent for awareness on ICANN. And then during the ICANN, we can see like we have IDF, IC every year, and other global regional events. We are there to talk about ICANN and the multi-scale. So I want just to give briefly I just mentioned the mailing list on the African website, which is the African mailing list. So this is one of the mailing lists that we have other mailing lists. So we have a lot of communication through the mailing list. So share information with the community. I can start. We want to have regular workshop, we call topical workshop. Globally, so far we have done one in Benin. And during that workshop, we talk about intellectual property for awareness and domain. So the link between that and during the intellectual property and that kind of thing, we had lawyers over and we have from Ghana that meeting. So to see the links between the domain names, today you can see that in ICANN, you need we have many lawyers in ICANN today. In developed countries, but we don't have too many lawyers in Africa yet involved in internet, ICT, but there is this need. You see when you go to ICANN meetings, you see many people there. They are for business, they are lawyers, but they are there for business. because they know that internet is also for business, so they are there. So what we have to achieve, we want many of our lawyers to know about this environment. That is very important, because what if there is an issue with a domain name, like, for example, .gif, you have a document developed by the registry, but when somebody take the go to the court for this type of issue. So if the lawyer doesn't know about what is the domain name, what is the CCTV, all these things, how can the lawyer act? So it is very important. So ICANN is not only technical, so it's for everybody. So we are expecting to have another topical workshop this year in Zimbabwe. The plan is to have it in May, on May 9 and 10 this year. So it will be announced very soon. Another topical workshop in Zimbabwe, Harare, on May 9 and 10, 2 days workshop. So we plan to cover 4 topics. We'll talk about IPN, which is International Domain Name. We'll talk also about intellectual property. We'll talk about also 2 topics very important for the community. So this we are calling them topical workshops. So on the agenda, you can put this one as May 9 and 10 in Harare, Zimbabwe. We'll post the information on the mailing list and also when the website is announced. And also, as I mentioned, you have the African Internet Summit that is at the end of the month in early June. That one will happen in Gaborone in Botswana. So another program is the L-Root copy. So the L-Root copy is just a request from the community. So any organization in Ghana, there was a guy who sent me an email from Ghana to host an L-Root. I sent him the document like more than 1 year now, but no response from this time. I will tell you his name later. So, but any organization you can request to host an L-Root, because the root servers, I will talk more about that later. If you have a copy of one L-Root, ICANN is in charge of the L-Root. If you have one copy, this can also improve the resolution. But also I think this can contribute, and I will tell you more about the security aspect. So this is one of the programs of the Africa strategy. So people or community organizations who are willing to host a copy of the L-Root. So what we do as in the strategy, we have this company, this organization, we send you forms to fill for ICANN. When we send you form to fill, there are some there's equipment, not very expensive. I think around 2,000 you can get. We have 2 types of equipment. I think one is about around $2,000 US. And then ICANN legal department will do some checks, and then you can host unique connectivity, and you can host a copy of the L-Root. So when you go to the website, you will see where you have the root servers around the world. But ICANN is managing the L-Root as an organization, but you have also a copy. You have other root servers. So, but if you want to host the L-Root copy, we can assist on that. And today we are also organizing in Ghana. We're starting the ROADSHOW. So so far we have 14 DNS ROADSHOws in Africa, and then the expectation of the ROADSHOW is to have the zone at the top level, the zone sign, the country top level domain zone file sign. And why the first day we have everybody, it's not only technical today, but it's important for everybody to know what is Dnssec, and Annan is the expert, so he knows how to talk to us. The first day, I think the first day is so patient the first day, but the second day is technical. So everybody can be here the first day. But tomorrow, I think it's for tech people. So, but I think he managed to accept everybody, but I'm sure that people are coming, know what is DNS, but Annan tried to refresh our mind. He's not going to spend the whole day to refresh our mind about DNS, because he's here for Dnssec. But tomorrow he made the program in a way that we have a refreshment on DNS. So tomorrow, the second is the technical day, is for Dnssec, what is Dnssec? But today also is for DNS for everybody. Because if we as a manager, we don't know what is Dnssec, and our technical people come to us, that, okay, .gh is signed. We want to sign our zone also, the second level zone, something .gh. So our manager needs to understand what is Dnssec. So this is what this first day is about. And then Alain, during the next of the day, we'll talk about Dnssec for us, not at a very high level, so that each of us, we understand Dnssec. We can also help people to go to the implementation. And after the Dnssec roadshow, what we want to achieve is to have the zone signed. But from the roadshow we had Tanzania, we had a roadshow, but the people really move fast. We have Zambia who signed his zone, I think 1 year after the World Cup. Alain will confirm. And then we had also Botswana who signed the zone. Madagascar is trying, but Alain will confirm it is signed. Alain will confirm that one. I'm sure that this week, probably Madagascar has already signed the zone. Morocco has signed the .ma. Morocco has done that. But what is very important is, why we are doing this roadshow is, when we sign the zone, we should be able to maintain this. Because when you achieve this, you say that you signed your zone for your country, you should be able to face the situation. You should be prepared. You should have a plan. So it's not a question just paying people to sign for you, but you should have people in the country, as Dr. Annan said, you have people in Ghana who are managing .gh for a long time. So when we sign .gh also, we'll be able to manage whatever can happen in the future. We should be able to manage that one. So this is why we are having the day tomorrow for the technical community. People are technical people, because when .gh is signed and you have your DNS server, you should be able to sign your domain name under .gh. You'll be able to do that one too. So we'll wait for .gh to be signed, and then at the second level also we have people who will sign this one. And as I said, the DNS roadshow is one of the programs for that one. The other program, we talked already about the hyena awareness campaign. So we had also this campaign in Ghana this year. We are trying to inform the government that it is very important for everybody to be in the GAP. So we still have some countries where we don't have GAP representatives, but we keep talking to the government. Some people, they don't see the interest, but it's very important to have one GAP representative from the country to represent the country in the governmental advisory committee. So we hope that very soon we'll have all the African countries member of the GAP. So this is one of the programs we keep talking to the government. We have something that we call the DNS Business Exchange Program. So what we want to do is we want to have experience between the African DNS market and the other markets. So two staff from Africa registrar went to IPMIRO last year for 2 weeks to know how they are managing their businesses. Again, this year we had also 2 people from Africa, one from Ghana, one from South Africa, they went to Canada with affiliates. So they spent 2 weeks with affiliates to know. And then this program now we had it within Africa. 5 CCTLBs speaking French-speaking countries, they went to Tunisia in February. So they spent also 1 week in Tunisia for exchange of experience between what they are doing at the CCTLB level and what the other are doing. And we have we hope to have also one program with South Africa. So 5 countries, CCTLB speaking English-speaking country will move to South Africa for a week program. So this is the program we call the DNS Business Program. And then we have also one program we call the DNS Entrepreneurship Program. So it is 2 days workshop. We hope to have one in Ghana early May for 2 days. So it is like this workshop, but this one is for DNS business. So we talk about what is entrepreneurship, what is DNS entrepreneurship, how you can become ICANN accredited registrar. So We are in discussion with NITA, and we hope to have this workshop, 2 days workshop, early May this year for business. So these are the key program in the Africa strategy I want to mention. So I just want to thank you, and then I don't know if we still have time for questions, because normally we're supposed to end at 11. What time do we have? Yeah, so we can take some few questions. I thank you very much for your attention.
What I told Mr. Yawobi for this wonderful presentation. But maybe you have some comments or questions you want to ask. So I'll still ask him to be on standby. If you have any question or comment, you can ask.
I have a question. So, my name is Ale Aina. I'll be speaking to you in the rest of the day. So, Yabi, I want to know what is the L root. So, if you mean L, that means we have other names, or L is for Lome.
Okay, I thank Alain for the question, and you know more about Alain later. And I think Alain is here for 3 days, and I'm telling you, you have to take opportunity to get the maximum from Alain. So we have many names for the road. We have 13 names. We have F and L as one of them. And Alain can answer the question better than me. So one organization is in charge of one name, like the L route. ICANN is managing the L route. This is when you want to get a copy of, you want to run, like you are running also the root server, but it's like a copy. This to Alain will explain more when we talk about AITI-KACE. So I'm just asking a part of the question, and I'll ask him to explain more. So you have L, which is managed by ICANN. When you go to the root server website, you see the name of all the organization managing the root servers. So you have also the D. So if you want to manage a copy of the server, so L is not for Lome, and F is not for France. So, but Alain, if you want, you can just in 2 minutes give more information about his session is coming next. But if you can talk 1 minute about that one, Alain, just 1 minute, just to add more about what I said.
No, you said the L is not for Lome, then I have nothing else to say.
Okay.
Yeah, no, the root server are named from, we have 13 from A to M. Okay, but behind them, by using any cards, we have more than 300 of root servers sharing the 13 IP address. So I can't manage the L, but there are other people who also manage so that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Alain. So any other question? One question?
Alain, can you have 2 Lome, L in the same country?
Okay, you're asking if you can have 2.
More,
yeah, exactly. So you can have many copies of the L in the same country. So if your organization can want to host one L, another person can host another L copy and another can host the B. But we are helping to host in the L item. Yeah. So any other question?
No, then, okay. Because if we're not asking, then I have to ask questions for them. Chairman, can I ask? No, you ask because when you have the opportunity, when you have ICANN near your house, please, you should throw questions and learn.
So 5 minutes the maximum for the questions.
Yeah, so my question.
Yeah, go ahead.
What is the difference between ICANN and IANA? So sometimes
yeah, you have to be very careful. His name is Aina. I don't. If there are some, you have to be careful. His name is Aina. I don't know why he was able to change the name. Yeah, because you have Ayana, but his name is Aina. So you just reverse the N and I. And you have his name, which is Ayana. So Ayana is a department in ICANN today. And then most of some functions, like if a country, Dr. Prof. Ni said before that in some country you have the CCTL being managed from outside. So if one day people in the country are ready to do some changes, so they send the request to the IANA department. So IANA department, you see many functions, 3 main functions at the IANA department. So IANA is the department performing the IANA functions. So this is what IANA department is doing. And if you go and read the proposal from on IANA transition, you'll have PTI letter, post-transition IANA. So it will be a little different for the current status of IANA. So if you have time, please go and read the proposal that is submitted about the transition. So IANA is a department within ICANN. But after the transition, you will see PTI, post-transition IANA. So you can go and read the difference. One last question? No question. So you have some flyers, and then you have some flyers on ICANN, some flyers on Dnssec. So we thank you very much. And then the rest of the day, Annan will try to help us to understand more what is Dnssec. And then we hope that after that, very soon, we can also come to say that, okay, the deal is signed. And then we thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Let's give it up to him. Thank you, Mr. Yogi, once again. I believe we've learned so much after my brief. I think it's about time Africa will get involved. ICANN has many groups, CCNSO, GNSO, AFELO. So let's get to ICANN.org and let's get involved. Let them hear from Africa. I think we want to take a 30-minute tea break. If you want to use the washroom, just if you go out, the walkway, you turn left on your right. The coffee break is going to be behind the building. When you outside the building on your right, you see an exit door there. Just in the open, we're going to have our coffee break for 30 minutes. Because our next session is going to be more of lectures, discussion about the Dnssec, which is quite deep. So let's refresh our minds and come back. Thank you.
Because I mean, my man, you didn't hear something. The first. Charlie, you know who left the machines for you? Now the speed though. Now the problem is the speed, see. The time or something. Yeah, then. What's up? Hey, oh, magic. What's up? Hey, where you left? Where you come here?
So that Kofi carry the PhD thing up. So that the PhD thing there, so that we set up. But the copies also
Yeah.
we have numbers, and half of Ghana was probably I was
expert in this thing. It's not that far. Yeah. You go far too and the resolution How you work on that? Oh, Francis. The conference was the cost. You're welcome.
Yeah. Not really. It depends on the conference.
Yeah.
Two. Hallelujah. Two.
And that's why I'm saying for 8 to 10.
So make that go come.
I'll go last try.
Okay, wait, you go come.
But like, if we go and it's part of the some work.
I'll give you a phone.
Yeah, it's going to me.
Yeah, Biana. On Barbara Trans now, you go.
Igbo, you say a shirt, so when I come 19.
Yeah, now if you do not.
Then 1428.
Last year, yeah. Jose. A big diggy, yeah.
Adapt. I know they adapt.
Atukwana.
No,
Ejinaso.
Adapt.
Charlie, now the emphasize every adapt. It be okay. Yeah. Be okay next time you out. I feel drunk. Catch up, you say, yeah.
You on this thing,
Yeah, then shift here.
and then photo. 1 hour.
How fair about us to say? How fair about us to say?
We okay.
Bismarck. Checking in, share, you know. Because I still in it.
Yeah, let's send it.
Right. And remember send it. Right. You got to. Am I just going to check it in?
Check here, you know, connectivity, yeah, I say, yeah, of course, and yet, still in it. My phone away. Or something else.
I was working.
What are you
It is signal to noise.
Yeah.
Signal to noise.
Yeah.
Signal to noise is 19. It's 19.
19.
Signal to noise ratio. We are talking about 19.
And then more, you want to say 19, no? Why you want that, so then you go plug out. No, but you see the list for the left side, right? You see the list for the left side, right? Yes, so on the left side, if you look at them, for instance, in Cocoa Post Office, we can connect them. We just say, okay, yes, we can connect them. Yeah, so then the ones we can't connect them, then you just do the plotting and see if you can connect them. Why are they open for highway? And then nobody did it. Yeah, nobody there will go sort that work out. Hello? Yeah. Almost coffee break with the bro. Yeah. Aye. Hello? Alright, see you later. So what time are you coming back? Because we by 1:30 so let's go here. Say by 1:30 because Solo didn't hear this work. With time you will come back. I need to know.
Do have any time out?
No. Did you log in and check?
Yeah.
Pa. You there? Charlie? Ah, where is Bismarck? They go where? They go chop. They go chop, so if they can't start and now they can't give pressure or something. Which cable did they use?
For the...
If they say for La Palme, then one of the cables they will be... I hope it's not that cable.
The same account cable now they can use. I should say...
No, let me go to something.
Is it?
No, I'm going to take something.
Oh, come check. Come check and let me see. As the way they live. Look, man, they live in key. Yeah?
Go feed the cable. It'll be like, you know, the break, but it'll be okay for now. Yeah, so the food, the way they do, if you know how see, so the Richard comes there. Sweating.
You call me
Okay, so welcome back, and we're going to be ready for the following section. My name is Ale Ayana. I always say, sometimes people say Ale Ayana. It's Ayana. It's too close to Ayana. And I had many hats. The last hat I took is to work for WACAN. WACAN is the West Africa Research and West Africa and Central Research and Education Network. But for these 3 days, I'm wearing my ICANN hat. I'm consultant for this Dnssec ROADSHOw. We are trying to promote Dnssec adoption in Africa. I also, in the past, worked for Afrinic for the last 10 years. So if the question make me to know or to do with Afrinic, I can also help during the breaks. Don't hesitate to come to me. So the Dnssec ROADSHOw, we have a website for the project, which is dnssec.africa.org. So I will invite you to go there. And what you will see from here, Dnssec.africa, we have a page where we keep track of what is going on different countries. Okay, we look at the first time we see Dnssec. Okay, so what we try to do here, we have a script
And you can use this area.
I use this area.
So
Okay.
I see you.
I see. So, but as I stand here, can you see what I'm doing?
Yeah.
I'm constantly. Okay, so what we try, we have a script we run every day to look at the Dnssec status of the CCTRDs we have in Africa. And we keep track of the day we see DNS key for the first time for each country, and when do we see the DS record in the root zone for the CC. So this thing never change. But what changed now, we also follow the keys and the algorithm. So the key and the algorithm are the correct one in the zone. For example, if you see for Republic of Guinea, for example, you see this is the date of the first time we see DNS key appear. That is 19th of April 2012. So we are trying to build the history. So who was the first, etc., in terms of deploying Dnssec. And then these things is updated daily. So let me try to do this. So, and you will see this is the key ID algorithm, date of the first DNS key record and the date of the first DS record. So what is DNS key, what is DS record, we'll learn about them later. So this, so if you are looking for information about Dnssec in Africa, please visit this website. Dnssec resources. Okay? This is so important place to visit. We have some reference to ITF working group which are related to Dnssec, and then we have material for Dnssec deployment. And for the day, the material we'll be using will be coming from this side. So we have the English version and French one. So we'll be using documentation from here. So if you are online, you can get the slide from there. So don't come and ask for the slide. They are there. What you will see, I will update some of them. So what we have there, for example, will not tell you that Madagascar has changed Morocco, but in terms of principle in terms of concept and design there, but I will just update or maybe change some of the example from Morocco, because we were in Morocco 2 weeks to TH. This is what really changed. That doesn't really matter. This is the way you see the material, and it has some fun stuff. You have implementation, the Dnssec implementation things. We will use some of them tomorrow, etc. The Dnssec ROADSHOw. This is to show you where we have been. I don't have time to put a DH there, but for tomorrow, sure I'll update, and then people know that we are doing the Dnssec ROADSHOw in Ghana. If you look at it, you can see where we have been, what we have done, the countries, etc. And then from here, compared to the other countries who are signed, you see that we still have a long way to go. And then we have some statistics. We have some page on the statistics. So it look like connectivity issue. Okay, so we have some statistics. So I will just show one of them. We will discuss them. And this is the AITI-KACE research group report on the TFB, Dnssec, etc. So we are more there. You can see. And then we have a mailing list where if you want to get notification anytime anything happen for PLDs, for example, we send notification. So if you want to, then you can get notification and be aware of what is happening in the Dnssec for the CCTFs in Africa. So for the rest of the day, I think the focus will be on Dnssec resources. Okay, now back to the agenda. I'm supposed to start from DNS, introduction to DNS. We're supposed to be before we go to DNS. Before we go into Dnssec, I want to give a quick overview of DNS. So those who already know DNS can help me do this. But if you don't know DNS, then this is good for you. Okay? But feel free to interrupt and ask questions as we go, because I think it's good that we make sure that we close the issue as we go, because it may get where we will be going into more difficult, more complex things. So, okay, so DNS. How many people in this room use DNS? I've used DNS before.
I don't know if I did.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe you are listening, but you don't know. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. So, okay. Okay, so I think this is good. Okay, maybe after the presentation, then I ask my question again. Okay, then we'll see. We'll see. So DNS, domain name system. Everybody knows IP and IP address. No? Okay, IP address is a identifier, is a number we use to identify our devices which are connected to the network. Okay, every node connected to the network must have an identifier. That identifier is the IP address. So the IP address defines two things: how you address, okay, how you address a node, and also how do you find the routing. Okay, two things. Then, so then let's focus on the IP. The IP address. The routing is something else. Okay, so every node must have one identifier. Then in the past, it was supposed to be by default IP. When we mention IP, in the past it was IP before. For this day, when you mention IP, you need to say, is it before or V6? Okay. So now, And during this transition time, each machine connected is supposed to have 2 identifiers, one for the people and one for the Dnssec. Shall I ask how many people have seen the IPv6 before? No. Shall I ask? No, I said, have you seen it before? Okay. But before, I think everybody knows IPv4 at least 192, 192. Everybody knows 192 or something started with 10 or something.
We have 4 numbers.
It had 4 numbers. It's a bit larger, but what people know most of the time are the 196, no, 192 and 10. Okay, these are what people know. We are also a group of 170 something, but people like and these numbers. They have 4 digits, and we call it IPv4. Then IPv6, IPv6 is a 128 bit. On how many digits? No, how many? Is divided in a block of 4 bits. Then we have how many? 128 divided by 4. Sorry, 128 divided by 4. 32 exactly. So thank you, Madam. You see how women can help the men. We are all in trouble. We need to help always. Okay. Then these numbers must be unique. Okay, must be unique. Otherwise, if we are two having the same, let's say if you are Alain and I'm Alain, if someone say Alain, we need something else to know which Alain. Okay, so the numbers must be unique. And to guarantee this, the allocation is identical from IANA. We have been mentioned IANA today. IANA also take care of numbers, resource allocation, the IPs and the ASN to the regional internet registry like Afrinic, and then this way help to make sure that the numbers are unique. Okay. So these numbers are used in your devices through the operating system. Okay. Through the operating system, if you are using Windows, for example, in your Windows configuration somewhere, you need to put the numbers. You put the IP, you pick something we call the mask, etc. This is where you put the IP stack, IP address, and the mask. And your machine having its numbers, trying to talk to this guy. Okay, you have your IP address. This guy also has his IP address. Then you want to exchange traffic or to exchange packet. You need something beyond the network layer. The IP at the network layer. So we need another layer, what we call the transport layer, which tells you which service is available where. So that introduces a different notion of what we call the port and the port number. Okay, and then socket is IP plus the port is what we call the socket. Okay, then I say if I say that I want to connect from there to go to your website, I will connect to the IP and to the port 80, because 80 represent the web services. So what we call the socket. This is for our IP communication from one node to the other node. Okay, so everything for the device is based on these numbers. So the IP address is numbers, the port is also numbers. Nothing about name. But we like names. Names are easier to remember. Okay, I think this day everybody knows Facebook.com, Google.com, and if we were to spell Facebook.com IP address or Google.com IP address, okay, names are easier to remember. And also, devices can change network. So if you are connected to one network, you have one IP. Today, you may change network and your IP may change. So if we are connecting to services or devices to IP address, so if the IP change, we need to find a way to distribute a new IP address, which is not an easy thing to do. So for these reasons, we introduce names again. Okay, we introduce names again. So the devices need the numbers, and we want to use the name. So we need a mechanism to introduce, to translate from name to the numbers. Okay, remember that I said that the devices only use numbers, and we users, we use the name. So how do we translate the name to the numbers? Okay, and to make this simple, for example, if you take your browser and you put www, let's say anita.gov.gh, if you look at it, if you look at the bottom, the first thing it tells you is translating or resolving, no, resolving. Meaning it's trying to resolve the www.nita.gov.gh to the corresponding IP address. And when now you have the IP address, the message change, connecting, then you see connecting to. See, so the first thing is to translate the name the users put into the numbers. Okay? Then the first solution was to use a table, a host file. This host file is still available on many systems, Unix system, Windows system. Okay? And this table allows you to associate the name to the IP address. It was a same file maintained at one location at the beginning, but with the explosion of the internet, this file has issues. Okay, load to the machine. So you can imagine that everyone trying to download the file from one location. So the load on the servers increased. Name collision. Okay, there was no control of namespace. So let's say if I put Ni, someone else from Ghana will also choose Ni. We create collision. You can create collision in the file. Okay, and then consistency. So when you download your next download, many things happen. There was no track of version to let you know the version you have. So when do you know that there is a new version of the file to download? So you are almost outdated in terms of. So all of these things convince the community that we need a better solution, and this solution is what we call the domain name system. So domain name system provides a scalable and distributed mechanism, because remember that from what I said on the PST file, there were load issue, name collision issues. So distribute the setup, created the namespace, which is hierarchical from a root down, okay, and management of that namespace is distributed. We will see soon. DNS created in 1983. I was born in 1983. Do we have people in this room born after 83? Then I'll give you a gift. Are you okay? This but I trust this one. He said, you I will. So Paul McCarthy is still alive, very active at ITF and ICANN, etc. And then the first document about the DNS are RFC, the two RFC you see them. But since the ITF have worked now to develop, to extend the DNS more and more, and now the referral or the reference we advise people to read are the two RFC, the 1034 and 1035. This is the two documents. So if you are in DNS business, you must know 34 and 35. These are the two. One describe the namespace, the role of the client and the servers, and the other one describe the protocol, how the various actors talk to each other. But since DNS has been improved, at least 2 working groups at ITF, the DNS extension, which is now closed, then on DNS we keep working to improve DNS, to add new features, and Dnssec is one of the new features, and Dnssec has been developed by the other working group, DNS extension working group at ITF. So DNS is the tree, as I said, the structure is like a tree from the top down, and the management is split in what we call zones. Then different group of people responsible for zone manage the zone, which has its own database, etc., etc. So maybe we look the hierarchy from here. So we have the root. We remember this morning we had a brief discussion on the L root, L for Lomé, or F for France, or A root, A for Accra, A root, A for Accra. So we have the root, and the root is served by the 13 root server we mentioned this morning from A to M, and behind them there are more than 300 AITI-KACE root servers sharing the 13 IP address. And then from the root we have the first level we call TLD, top level domain, and the TLDs we have first I mentioned is the CC country code like GH, TG, CA, US are the country code. So every country has 2 characters code, which is DNS and called the TLD. We have what we call the generic TLDs. Generic TLDs where we have the .com, .net, .info, .pro, etc. And we have also one TLDs which we call the infrastructure TLD, which is .APA, but we don't put it here. The .APA is used for routing and reverse DNS, etc., etc. And if you dig inside the GTLDs, there are categories, there are sponsors. So there's a sponsor TLDs like I think one sponsor TLD is Aero for the there are some sponsors, there are Open One, etc. If you go in the G, even the G, there are geographic G, where the G is now expanding. We have different categories. So, but what is easier for us to understand is the GH is the CC, and the GH being part of the CC. So, as Prof said this morning, the GH is expanding, creating more confusion, and me, I'm confident that CC is getting more visibility now, more visibility. Okay, NT.Africa come in. Africa also is the BTGO. Okay, so if I want to show I'm from Africa, I can have, and I'm in multiple places in Africa, I may go for Africa. Okay. Yes, I may go for Africa. Africa. So we have the TLDs. Then and below the TLDs, we have the SLEs, and we keep going down up, and it's almost unlimited. But DNS wise, the maximum size of the name is 255 characters. So now I want to show an example of how do you do the name, the resolution from the name to the IP. So in your browser, let's say you want to look for www.night.com. So on your machine, you will have something called a stop resolver, or a small pieces of software in your machine, which is anytime you put the IP configuration, if it is static, there are 1 or 2 lines where you put the DNS server. So if it is dynamic, the DNS comes automatically. So there are lists of 1 or 2 DNS server. In this case, what you put is the IP address of your ISP DNS. So when in your browser you put www.night.com, your browser sends a request to your stop resolver. And the stop resolver, what it does is simply to send a query to the IS2, to this DNS server and wait. So your stop resolver is waiting, then it started. Then the ISP DNS, if it has no information about the name, query the root. Query the root. You see how it works. So that means all the what we call the cache DNS have the list of the root server. Where you know where the root server are. When we have the list of the 13 IP address. So if you send the query for a name and then he got no clue about it, you will send the query to root. You choose one of the root server and send the query to the root. Okay, root only knows about the TLD. So in this case, the TLD is .com. So root will say, I don't know www.net.com, but I can know where you could find the core name server. Then you send back the response, including the IP address of com. So then the name server now will choose one of the com name server and send the same query. Then the same thing happens. The com server will say, I don't know www.net, but I know where net.com is. Then send the referral. Okay? And then you send the query to net.com, asking the same question. Okay? And then from here, you must have an answer. Either it's positive answer or a negative answer. Then net.com says www.net.com. This is the IP address, and this is sent to the ISP DNS. And then the ISP DNS now will send it to your stop resolver, and the stop resolver on your machine will pass it to your browser. This is where now your browser will show connecting. So he has passed the resolving step. Then we'll move to the connecting to. Any question? Or anyone want me to explain?
Just want to ask a quick question about the time it takes to resolve. There are certain cases that you find like waiting and waiting. What really happens at that? Maybe waiting for my response. So you see, what really happens?
After the connecting or during the
before
resolving?
Before it connects.
Yeah. So during the resolving time.
Yes.
Okay. So you want to help me, madam? I will use you for critical situation. But now let me deal with this one. Okay, yeah. He said that during the resolving time, okay, it may take long. What you see is you see that this, okay, so some while the browser will tell you that the website you are looking for cannot be reached, blah 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 blah. But the problem there is the DNS is not the network connectivity. So what could happen is if the DNS, because you see what I show here, this for example requires three queries. One to the root, one to the TLD, etc., etc. So if the ISP's DNS, the connectivity is not good, this will be a problem. Because let's say if you send a query to the root and you wait for 1 or 2 seconds before you get the answer. Before you complete all of these things, the stop resolver set a time, then the stop resolver will close, say time out. You close, time out, because you have been waiting for too long. Then he will send back to the resolver that he couldn't get the DNS response. So that's why it's very important that you use a good ISP DNS, which has a good connectivity. Okay, and this is also the reason why we talk this morning, say it's good if you have a root copy in country. If you have root copy in country, maybe it can be at 20, 30 milliseconds. Or if you have to go outside, it could be 100, 200, and depending on connectivity, it can also increase. So let's say if you have one root in country, it will improve. Okay? And then if you manage to get a copy for COM, for example, or if we were looking for GH, we have GH in country. Let's say we have a root in country, we have GH in country. So for sure, the response time to resolve that one will be shorter, and then you will be able to access. the resources on the internet faster, and you'll be happy. So the user experience is based on DNS. Okay, you could have, let's say you could have a good IP connectivity, but if DNS is broken, it will impact the user experience. You wait for too long, and sometimes broken, you have to refresh, etc. Because you need DNS before you can do transaction.
Just one follow-up. So it means in this case, the ISPs and DNS will update the new one.
Yes.
In this case.
Yes.
So that the next time you answer Mike, you don't have to go to
Exactly. So DNS has a cache, so I will, before I wrap up, I will try to mention that now that this DNS, this ISP DNS, all this information is collected, you put them in a cache, and then you leave in a cache for a time of period called time to leave. Okay, then you keep them, and when the time to leave, see, now they will go and fetch, etc. But when the data is still active, anyone who sends the same query will get quick answer, and then enjoy the internet. So that's why if you are running your big ISP and you are running a cache, you need to avoid rebooting the cache all the time, because what we see, in our contest, when things are broken, say go to the room, the machine over there, switch off on. Go, switch on. If you do that, that means the machine will lose all the G cache it has, and it's going to start from scratch again. So you may not solve the problem, because the time you take to build the same cache, your people will start complaining again, and you go back and push off and on, off, so you don't solve the problem.
I have two questions. The first one is for Ghana, do we currently have a route sitting here? And if no, what is in it for the company that will host the route? Is he paid, or is a non-profit or charity kind of activity?
So it's charity is helping to improve the local internet. So it's charity. Nobody to pay you directly, but I know they are indirect. But directly, no cash going to your pocket. Okay? But it can be indirect. It can be indirect.
Whether do we have routes currently in Ghana?
I would say no, but can someone go to rootserver.org and do for Ghana, our Accra, we see, because this thing changed and you don't even know. So before we complete, we say it's no, let's check the website and see. Because last time I checked, there was no route in Ghana, but it's good that we check before we make any statement, public statement here. Because sometimes, for example, we were in Benin and we didn't know that someone was posting a root server in Benin. We didn't know, for example. We discovered it wrong. So nobody really pays for you. It's your contribution to improving the internet connectivity in the country. So, the first question was
no, the first question was, do we currently have
okay. Then someone check. So who is checking? My question.
You just said that whenever we have a so you know where to put down.
Yes.
So what do we do inside the situation?
If you have
a problem with our so you should not just put it on and on.
No, okay. My point here is, remember that your cache, your DNS cache, build over time a big and huge cache. So if you switch off and on, it's going to lose. As he said, by doing this, all this information is collected, come night, go to a cache. Let's say you have built a cache over time, and for some reason you switch off, you lose. So if that is the only option you have, yes, but you must know that you are doing something which has impact on something. Okay, any other question? So someone should check rootserver.org, root-servers.org, and you'll see and then look for Ghana, Accra or Ghana. I think we have one before we conclude. Then, when the resolvers, then the stop resolver pass the IP address to your browser, then you can see the transaction. You can see now the transaction. Okay. So, and then this is very important for people to understand that, okay, the plan was for this man to direct go to this machine, but he has to wait for these things happen. And then, as I said, if this thing is broken or this thing have any issue, it will impact your transaction.
No.
There is no
server.
No server in Ghana. No root server in Ghana.
I want to ask a question about the positive side. So,
you look like there is some streaming. Is this live streaming or you are?
Okay. The question is, so assuming we have a root and we have the GH, that means in a way the connection between the ISP's DNS and the international is not impacting. So how long can we live like that in case the fiber is broken before we start having problems?
So yes, if we lose international connectivity, that means no root. Okay, no root. I mean, even if you have GH in the country, remember that this thing starts from root. That means if you can't get the root, you will not be able to come to GH, which is in the country. So we depend, DNS depends on the root. So as I'm saying that if we lose international connectivity, we almost lose DNS. And if you lose DNS, transaction, we lose transaction. We lose transaction. Because even for the name you have in a country, the DNS protocol, you see the ISP things to go to the root. If you go to the root, unless you want to hack. You want to hack that ISP DNS to tell them, no, GH is here, this. But if you start doing this, you are hacking the system. So the normal way of DNS is to go to root. If you do not have access to root, so your GH in country or your company does GH which is in country, people will not be able to find it. So this is one of the reasons we keep encouraging people to go for. So I don't know if I answer.
We have Dr. Pedro. Yes, Prof. Any special reason why we don't have root in Ghana? Any special reason?
No, this question is for me. This question is for me. Then I direct the question. Then I become a switching company and direct. You want to answer this question?
Why?
Why?
Well, actually, GISPA is talking for 2 years now with Africa to get a root server. We are almost there, but it's a bureaucratic progress. So we hopefully have soon the Ghana Internet Exchange.
You see, I do magic. Now, Prof.
Oh, there's no reason. Because you were not ready. He just told you that he's not even ready. So it's like, come on. Okay, on a more serious note, I think there are some preconditions to adding these things. Okay.
There was a period in our development in which DNS and all those things were contentious. And so we could not really develop them. We could not develop the root as well. But I think the climate is somewhat different, and we are urging you to, in some sense, collaborate with the process going on, so that all those contentious things will be removed. In fact, even there will be questions tomorrow about retention point. There will be questions, but we want the community to openly and frankly discuss it and choose what makes sense for us, because all of these things are based on consensus. A subgroup has exactly the idea, then we will not do it for advance. Meaning, whoever is going to do the route, once he determines that there is an alternate competing position, he will be reluctant to do it. So we have to build consensus around those things. It's not as simple as I got up and I said I want a route. I can put it in my house, but nobody will point to it. Are you understanding? And you can't force it on policy either. You can't force it on this policy based by consensus and committee adopt So it's much better you improve the consensus consultation process so that you can legitimately decide that, well, many people prefer to be at this particular point. Okay? And trust me, people will think it's over and that I have an exchange point, so that's 6 months. You can spring up any time and say my exchange point is there, and if people follow you, that's where they will go. So if you don't want to have this kind of fragmentation, we are very concerned about, you have to, clear the air and be comfortable with the development and support. So this is a discussion of consensus, what it means to us to support that case.
Okay, thank you. And then very soon we'll see one. But as people have said, it's good that you choose a location where everybody can be. Because if you have it on your network, it will only benefit your users. So what about the other internet users? So yes, but I think soon we will see. And like I said today, can we have multiple app? You can have multiple app, but what we recommend is if you have L, go get another copy. So at least in terms of residency better than having 2L. Because if you have 2L, the L, ICANN. So if something happens to ICANN, you may lose the L. Okay, so then it's better if you have L, maybe you talk to F or talk to A or other group if you want to have. It makes more sense to have 2 different groups to start, okay, than to have 2L or 2F or 2A or 2. Okay, so now everybody see how important is DNS. That's why Madam who come sit next to Prof. So DNS is very, very important. And so average time is millisecond. But as we discussed, it can go beyond millisecond and then it break. DNS use cache. Cache is very important in DNS, but at the same time, we have many issues around cache. If you have data in cache, you must live with information, and anytime you want to change, you must remember that you have maybe people somewhere on the internet have the old data. There is a mechanism to make change, etc., etc. So the TTL, the time to live, determine how long this information stay in the cache. We said it, and this is a bit technical, but DNS to help us translate the names, the IPs, and the other resources, use what we call some resource record, okay, and so those who are not tech, this is not really. So some resources for you if you want to read after. So as I said, the 2 RFC, the 524, and the ITF, the Annan, and so I think we already have a question section. Maybe we allow one, and then we move DNS. Any question, DNS? Anyone else before I give the mic?
Please touch on the TTL. Just the TTL. Just touch on this one.
And the TTL. Yeah. The TTL is time to live. Is when you are setting the record in your zones, you set the time, and it could be is a time period, which can be in second, millisecond, day, week, or month. You want those who collect this information to keep them in time. So, for example, if you set the resource record with a TTL for 1 day, so if a cache, if a DNS server query and collect this information, it will keep it in the cache and start increasing the TTL. So that means it will keep the information for the day for 24 hours. So anytime there is a query, you will just send this cache information. You will not go and look for a new one until the TTL reaches 0. So if you set the TTL for 2 days, the cache will keep it for 2 days. That means if you make change to the zone, those who have the information in the cache will be using the old one, while those who will go get the fresh one. So that's why I said that because of this cache in DNS, anytime you want to change the resource record in a zone, you need to think of the TTL. What you need to do is you reduce the TTL Let's say if you have a TTL for one day, you reduce the TTL for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, wait for one day, make sure that all the caches are clear, the cache, then you introduce the change, wait for 5 or 10 minutes, and before you set the TTL back 1 day. Otherwise, you create a time period where people will have old data.
I needed some small clarification. When you talk about storing the information, what kind of information are you talking about? The records.
For example, if I send a query, if I send a DNS query, okay, the query contains the name of the type. Then reach the server sends me a response back. This response back is query session, answer session, authority session, additional session. This information is what I keep in the time. We will see it in the afternoon. In the afternoon, we'll be able to see inside the DNS. But this morning, we are DNS for everybody. We are DNS for everybody. Okay, but then this is what I keep in the time. Okay, so now that we went through this DNS, so let's see Dnssec. Let's see the problem DNS have, and why do we need Dnssec? We'll go for business case later. So, introduction to Dnssec. Now that we have seen DNS, we all agree that anything you do, going to Facebook, going to your bank account, even making voice over IP call, anything you do, okay, rely on DNS. So now let's see where the problem is with DNS and where the Dnssec comes in. So let's put this, okay, what we just saw with Nike.com, or we're using majorbank.th, okay? So majorbank.th, so the bank IT people register majorbank.th, they set up the DNS, they set up the website for the bank, okay? And then you, as users, you have your ISP DNS resolver, okay? And then you want to resolve majorbank www.majorbank.th. Okay, then you send the query to the resolver we just saw. Then the resolver will go through what we saw. It will go through root, blah, 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 GH. But let's just summarize. We end up talking to the bank DNS server. Then the DNS server will resolve, say, yes, the IP address of the what you are looking for is 1.2.3.4. Okay. And then the users will be able to connect and go to do the e-banking. Then you put your username, your PIN code, or whatever you want, and you'll be able to see how much money you have, if you have to pay your bills, and if you can transfer some money to me because I'm in Ghana and I'm broken, I need some money, and I'll send you. And there are some phishing attacks who send you mail, tell your best friend is somewhere in Cote d'Ivoire, and then he needs some money to transfer some money. Then when it comes automatically at the airport, even at the airport, he will pay you. Okay, then you go to your bank account online and see, hey, like, and then you look like what. Okay, we saw the hierarchy. We are not going to mention again. Then we mentioned the cache. We said that we discussed the cache and TTL. So when the resolver have the information in the cache, next time anyone asks a question, it will go directly from the cache to the client. So the answer, the first query got is the one, then the rest of the users will do until the TTL time expires. Then go to the bank and everybody happy. So now let's see what happened when bad guy enter the game. You send your query to the resolver, normal query, then the resolver send the query to the DNS, the bank DNS servers. While you are waiting for the DNS, bank DNS server, the bad guy send you, said the IP address is 5.6.7. Just spoof the answer. Just spoof the answer and send you that answer. Okay? You see, the DNS UDP and UDP is easy to spoof. This is already there. Then you spoof. Then the bad guy spoof the answer. Okay? And then this answer is the one the resolver will send to you. Okay? And you trust, before you trust, you take that, you use the IP. You use the IP, okay, but let's say after this, even if the bank DNS server send the correct one, the resolver will use the first one. This is what the protocol said. The protocol said you send the UDP packet, you wait for the answer. If the query ID match, and the question section match, this is what you're looking for. Nothing else. So you just take this one and pass it to you. And you connect not to your bank, but you connect to a fake website. And what happens is they will ask you to put the username password, it generates error, then you get level, you keep trying all your password. You keep trying all. Then all of this information are going to the database. You try, say, oh, maybe I changed. Yeah, I changed. And you try. Okay? Then all of these are going to the bank and to the bad guy's database, and then he will use it to go to your account and share the money with you. Without permission. Okay, so but now let's say this happened with the first one who comes in, but remember that we use cash. So that means if the bad guy set the TTL for a long period, then anyone using this ISP resolver is going to the same place. Same place. It's going to the same place. Going to the same place because of the cash. So until the information expired in the cache, they will all go to the website. Okay, so what we just demonstrate is using DNS as attack vector. The problem, the real attack is against your bank account, but they use DNS as a vector. See what's that? DNS. This thing can apply for everything. If I can snip your email, I can, for example, snip your email by playing with DNS, because email depends on DNS to look for MS record. If I spoof the MS record, your mail will come to me. Okay, I can change. Let's say I know that the GG is sending a mail to the finance guy to give me 1,000 before I leave. If I can do this, I can add 10 before you go to the finance guy. And before you go to the finance guy, then I take my money and go. Okay?
Okay, Alan.
Yes.
So it means the bad guy.
No, is it the finance example who will become? Because I don't want to be associated with your unity. Okay, go back.
I was just trying to say, suppose the bad guy would have made a page that would resemble the original to trick you to do that. Yeah, I just wanted to clear on that.
Yeah, you have to do that, and I think there are tools to do that. No, there are tools to do that. And the good things for them and bad for us is even if the website does not look exactly the same, we users most of the time when you just put the name or sometimes you just choose from the history, you are so confident that it takes you to the same place on time. Even if there are some people you're yeah, so this is how. Okay, so now how can the Dnssec help us? The Dnssec is a security extension to DNS which allow us to protect our DNS exchange. We protect or we prove the origin and we prove the integrity. So we have two things. Origin is from Madam, and the other thing is from Madam to me, as anyone trying to tamper with the information, because okay, I can let it come from the real source and change it in the back, okay, or I can just spoof. So origin, authenticity, and integrity. And how do we do that? To benefit from Dnssec, so the bank IT guys will do something we call signing the zone. They will sign the zone. The bank IT guy will sign the zone. One. And second, the ISP providing our resolver, the DNS resolver service will also do something called enable validation. So two, the bank puts a signature, the ISP will validate. Okay. So the bank IT sign, put the signature, and then the ISP will turn on validation on the resolver. So that's what you see. You see the change. Nothing changed on the web. Nothing changed on the bank web server. But the DNS, the bank DNS, and the resolver now have the new feature. The bank signing and the resolver enable validation. Okay, so now let's see. So what will happen is when the resolver send a query, we cannot stop the bad guy from spoofing. The bad guy will spoof, okay? But because this resolver now is doing validation, you'll notice that this is not genuine. It's not authenticated because the bad guy will not be able to add the good signature. Okay, you go to add the signature. There are keys involved. You must use a private key to add the signature. You must be the only one who has the private key, etc. Okay, so what the resolver has access to the public key, and he will be able to notice that this answer, the 5, 6, 7, 8 signature. Even if the bad guy try to add signature, okay, we cannot stop. We can even try to add signature. All we will notice is the signature is bogus because the key will not match. Because the key we know for the bank, the bad guy will not does not have access to the bank private key. We have access to the bank public key. Okay? And then anyone who has the private key corresponding to the public key is the bank. For us, it's the bank. So if he turns to be the bad guy, we trust. We trust. So we have the public key. We have the public key. So anyone who shows us the private key, okay, we assume it's the bank. Okay? So that means you, the IT guy at the bank, you need to have a strong key management and protect your key. Then, but let's say everything went fine, then the DNS resolver will be able to reject and pass the correct one, the 1, 2, 3, 4. This is how you will be protected, and then you can go to your bank account and nobody share the money with you.
What if the bad guy has a relation with the guy at the bank, the IT guy?
Okay, so I'm moving to Ghana. I'm moving to Ghana, but I want to live in a place where the bank people meet. Yeah, no. Okay, what you said. Okay, that's why I mentioned that we have a public key. So anyone who shows the private key, we take it as the real. So that means if you are working at the bank, you need to protect the key, etc. So if it happens, everything. Well, so if the bad guy has the private key, so we will accept the 5, 6, 7, 8 because the signature will be from the private key which corresponds to the public key we have. Nothing we have nothing else to tell us that. Okay. So if we catch them, we can first we take the private key from them and then kill them. With the tax, and we tax them.
No, with the tax.
Okay. No. I insist, and for the question is, it's not that because we are adding signature by default it make it stronger. No. Then we need to add the signature in a proper way by designing a good key management system, key rollover, signature lifetime, the design around them. So I'm saying, people don't think that any broken Dnssec is valid. No. It's not because you are adding signature and make it no. Okay? The key management and the whole system behind this thing. But the good thing, if you go to the bank people are already used to this key management thing because all the online payment and all the things use crypto and they have hardware security module, so they have experience with this kind of. So we expect them to protect our money. Because if it happens, so the victim is not the bank, the victim is the customer first. And if you do not notice, or if you notice sometime after, they can also be troublesome. They can say the time has passed, they open again, you can go to court, etc. So it may be difficult. Okay, so back to this Dnssec. Dnssec, by putting the signature, because I'm showing this thing, it look like the group. This group are trying to attack my machine.
Why they have those?
No, because they don't have my private key, they are playing with the machine. This is the denial of service attack. This is the denial of service attack. If I cannot end it, they will. Okay, so. I don't know what is wrong with him. The bad guy? No, don't worry. We are friends. I didn't ask for permission, and you dragged me to this thing. I was not going to this thing. You dragged me to this thing. Normally, when you come to the country, you go when you get to water, you call people to protect you. And we didn't do that ceremony before we start. Okay, so so any question, comment before I fix this machine? We move on. Any question, comment? Question? Yes.
Thank you. You mentioned that the bank people is signed as well and the ISP for the Dnssec validation. So it's something we can do if the ISP is not able to pull the validation from our side as users.
Yes, okay. Yes. Okay, the same. Okay, no, not that. What you need to do as end users is to ask your ISP or your network administrator, if it is your company DNS you are using, ask them to enable validation. And enable validation this day is most of the DNS software we use, mine or Ubuntu or my DNS, all of them are Dnssec enabled by default. Okay, by default. If you install them, they start doing Dnssec, and many people are surprised to know that I think Dnssec, no, it's doing Dnssec for you. Because the software provider has decided to say, if we always wait for people to turn on, we're not going to see validation happen. So what they decided, they put on, and it's for you to turn off. And in many cases, people don't even go and look at this big configuration. So by default, it's already there. But if your ISP is not doing it, maybe you can change ISP. Okay, you can change ISP. When we talk about the business case, data, change ISP. Or what we see happening is now all our DNS traffic is going to Google. 8.8.8.8. First, it was for DNS availability, but now some people say because of Dnssec, because Google has enabled validation on the 8.8.8. So all our traffic, DNS traffic, now going to 8.8.8. So this case, even when people want to see DNS traffic, we ask the Google to give us statistics on the query per countries and tell us the DNS country, DNS traffic per countries. So due to use 8.8.8, no? Turning our base to 8.8.8.8, but this is not exactly a good thing to do if your ISP or if your company is providing good and reliable cache DNS is what you should use, and ask them to enable validation. And sometimes if you are big like Vitals, like myself, you can even enable validation on your own laptop.
How is Google able to confine it to country?
And to confine this to the country, they do show localization. It's not 100% perfect, but they do show localization. Some of them do geolocalization, basic one based on the GUI.
How do they do that?
They do GUI. They very affiliate because, for example, if you take the IP address, you know which area has distributed, is it African or Europe, you know. Then they query the GUIs and see the country there, and they associate. This is the basic. But there are other people who pay, or there are some companies who provide IP geolocalization data. You pay them and give you access, then you query them and associate it with the IP.
My question goes this way. How effective is Dnssec against APT threat actors?
Wait, say it again.
I said, how effective is Dnssec against APT threat actors? APT, Advanced Persistent Threat Actors. Okay, I mean threats targeted towards organizations, institutions, with the purpose of stealing classified information rather than any financial thing.
You guys are too advanced for me, so I have to catch up. So me, I just came here to talk about my children. and Madam is not here to help me, so please. Okay. Yeah, no, yes. Help us to protect the DNS data, okay, transport from one place to the other place, origin and integrity. But now that we have deployed Dnssec, okay, so that we can trust DNS, then we are seeing now many use of DNS to improve security. So the next slide we are going to talk about. So we are now using DNS to bootstrap many other security mechanisms we have, and we also may have the benefit also from now using Dnssec to bootstrap and or to improve security on the internet. So when I finish, I show the other things. Then we'll come back to your point of view, and then you tell us if you can use Dnssec and some way. Because on the internet security, we have tools, we have mechanisms in place, and we have issues. Okay, we have issues. These days, we all buy certificate. For example, we all buy certificate. We go to certificate authority, we buy certificate. Then we put somewhere and we do our e-life, e-business, everything based on that certificate. So how can we improve? Dnssec give us something, a different perspective. Okay, there are many. If you build AITI-KACE VPN, if you build AITI-KACE VPN, how do you authenticate the routers? Public key or pre-share key? We all go for pre-share key because we do not want to get involved in the public key certificate in the routers and the VPN. Then we can improve things using DNS. Things are changing now because of DNS and Dnssec.
Is it only the banks that go to the China public keys or any other website and that protect them?
Anyone who has a domain name has to sign. So we are going to make this mandatory from today. If you have not signed, we'll give you 3 days to sign. We are going to give you 3 days to sign on the domain. So if everybody, if you have a domain name posted somewhere, you have to sign. So I just give this example related to the bank for people to see. So I will use a NITA or anyone or government. We see things happen, for example, in Mauritius, where people use DNS to spread in Mauritius. When I say Mauritius, Madam look at me, maybe she's from Mauritius, I don't know. It happened that people use DNS, to redirect people to a fake website where government was advertising some job position, something. They use DNS, to redirect people to a fake web page. So it can happen to sensitive information government in public. I can play with DNS. No? To sign in, yeah, there's the cost. You have to pay me. No, okay, we agreed at the beginning there is no free lunch, so we have to pay something. So there is the cost, but it's manageable. For example, there are some registrars who are offering DNS signing for $1-2 a year or more. So it's not a big deal. So we see options coming, etc. What we want is for people in Ghana here to get opportunity of new business to offer you signing. So you won't need to do anything. Just pay the company to just sign for you or certain amount. Okay? But the cost of what? Anytime you do this in public key, encryption, etc., etc. At least you pay someone to hold the key, or you, security man, to hold the key. With the gun, you have to pay that guy.
Okay, how would I know that this particular bank I'm auditing, the DNS has been signed or the implemented Dnssec?
Yes. The good thing is DNS is public, so their command, their website, I can show their website will tell you if the name you are looking for has Dnssec. One example, if you use roadmaster.fr, for example, and you put the name, it will give you information about the name, including Dnssec. Zonemaster.fr, but that is one example. If you put the name there and press answer, then it will give you information about the DNS, how it has Dnssec or not. This is the thing. But we have DNS tools, command to do that, but for you can just use that. You can use these tools, or because you said you are auditor, because if you are auditing, before you write things, you must come from authoritative. Maybe you need to talk to the registry. So if it is bank.th, maybe you talk to the registry. You can talk to the registry, or the registry is the one who delegate the name. You could talk to the registry, and the registry will be able to confirm if they have built a chain of trust from them to the bank. Then you can fill. But you, at the beginning, you can use the tools. But before you write the report, I would recommend that you can also talk to the registry and make sure the registry confirm if it has a chain of trust from the registry to the bank. Okay, so
what's chain of trust?
Yeah, the chain of trust is that because we are now adding signature with keys, we need to have mechanisms to validate. How do we validate the signature? How do we build the check, the trust? Okay? Because I need the keys. I need to trust the public key before I can validate the signature made by the private key. So how do I trust that public key? That's what we say then. And you have to build a system which starts from somewhere. I need to trust someone to trust a security entry point. I trust this guy, and from him, then I can trust this. I can trust down the people within the chain of trust. So I decided to trust a certain person, and from this person, then he will help me trust, okay, because he has the mechanism, okay, to validate the key for people you want me to trust. So building this is what we call building the chain of trust. Okay. So in DNS, the way it works is because in DNS the delegation is from the parent to the child. Okay. This is how we remember that this morning we said DNS is identical from root, TLT is etc. So then TLTs send copy of the key to root, and because root is the root, we all trust root. We have the system start has to end somewhere, it's root and root. So we all trust root. Okay? Then the TLT send the key to root. So if I sign GH, I send GH key to root. Okay? Then if bank.gh sign, I send the key to GH. This is how we build the chain of trust. So then if you delegate, for example, a takoradi.bank.gh to me, if I sign, I send the key to you. This is how we build the chain of trust. Okay? And because I trust the root, I'll trust the TLT's key, I'll trust your key, I'll trust.
So who signed the root?
Who signed the root? Good question. This question is for $100. Who signed the root?
You do.
Me? Me? Well, I didn't know. Then I give me $100. Oh, I said, Madam, come and then we I want you to introduce yourself because me, I don't know you.
Yes, missed you.
Thank you. My name is Dorothy Gordon.
Okay, so you have Gordon.th?
Yes.
Okay, so who signed the rules? Okay, no, I think Prof asked the question because if you know the things, if we are all going to the root, that means root is critical. Root is critical. Root is critical. And the root system, the root zone management is a split between many organizations. Okay. IANA is what we call the root zone administrator. Okay, so IANA does the admin part. So anytime, for example, GH want to change things in the root zone, your query go to IANA and check, investigate, and technically check, and then send the request to NTIA. NTIA is somewhere in the US, Department of Commerce, somewhere. Okay? And then when everything is okay, it goes to the other partner, which is VeriSign. VeriSign is a private company, has a contract with the US government to distribute the root zone. So VeriSign maintain the database, and VeriSign distribute the root zone to the 13. You remember we said there are 13, A to M. So the servers A to M, okay, they all talk to one hidden DNS VeriSign operate. And then when each of them get its own, now they distribute in a cloud. Each of them have their own cloud using any cloud. This is how the root zone management happens. And to sign the root, the role has been also split. Because VeriSign manage the zone and distribute, so VeriSign manage half of the key, and ICANN as the IANA operator also manage the other part of the key. Okay. So this is how the role is there. Then I will show you in the afternoon, and maybe hopefully in the afternoon to know how the root Dnssec is designed, and to see how serious it is, and to show you why you should trust Dnssec. And this is what I can say for now.
But he forgot, he's a crypto key holder. He holds the key to the root. So he's giving the 100. I shoot you and take the key.
No, if you shoot me, you will regret. Because what you get a physical key. That key, okay, the key you get, you are not there. Now you have to travel to US. Go to a data center. Okay, then you need to go kill the people over there. No, let's say you succeed because they are here. Let's say you succeed. Honestly, you know, in Africa, we have things. The only problem is we don't put them in DNS. We have the, okay, let's say we succeed, then have to go to the data center. Okay? Then now we also need to pull all the security people because the biometric system to open the gate to go. I don't know if our African things work with the then he has to go to the data center. If you go to the data center, there are two safes. The keys, the real key are there. Boxes there. They need two keys. My key and one other key hold by ICANN staff. Before you can open, then you open, then you have access to the smart card. So it's a long journey and a good job, Okay, so how that is happening, or what we call signing zone. Okay, on the top, this is an example of how we put resume record in DNS. For example, if I want to put the IP4 address of www.adc.com, is how I do that. But now, if you sign, what we say, you sign a zone. If you sign a zone, the resource record, the normal resource record, the normal resource record will still be here, and then from here we add the signature. This is the signature. Okay. This is the signature, and it has some parameters we will discuss. So this is exactly the normal resource record now plus the signature. So if you send me query, say I don't know DNS, I'll send you the normal one, the first line. But if you send query, say I know DNS, I know DNSSEC, I want DNSSEC, I will give you the signature over there. I'll give you the first line plus the signature. Okay, so the signature itself is here. Okay, this is the signature. Okay, now come with some parameters, and for example, there are two dates. One is what we call not valid before, because anytime you are doing signature need to have validity period. Okay, in the Dnssec we use 2 dates. One is not valid before and not valid after. That means your signature start from one point and end. So that means you need to refresh the signature. You need to refresh the signature before it expires, etc. Okay, and don't do like the other guy who said, boss, why are we keep refreshing signature? Why can't we sign for 10 years? We can go on vacation. The signature depends on the algorithm you are using and the key size. So, for example, you are using RSA or DSA. If you increase the height of the key, the signature also increases. Or if you are using ECC, your signature remains the same even if you increase the size of the key. This is the good thing. That's why we are all expecting Dnssec to move soon to ECC. Right now we're using RSA. Okay, so don't sign for 10 years and go on vacation because there is something we call the repair attack. So if you push the signed data there for 10 years, and even if you change, the bad guy can still replay the old signature, it can also be valid. So be careful, don't do that. You need to set the time limit for your signature and make sure you reflect the signature before it expires and etc. So, and don't worry, there are tools who will do this for you. So it's not you going to do this like we used to do to manage your file manually. No, here you are not going to do that manually. You
you use those to generate the key, put the signature, and refresh the signature. Dnssec is not new, same like AITI-KACE. This has been in fight for long. Okay, so yes, 1983, when the first vulnerability stable development discovered the first DNS vulnerability in 1998, and ITF started working on solution for this. It took more than 10 years almost. We had Dnssec 1, we had Dnssec East, this is what we have. So honestly, we had long debate on what the solution should be. When we all agree on the cache pattern, what I show, how we can scope, we all agree on the problem. Now, on the solution, people think signing is a bad idea. Because you are introducing keys, you are going to build the PKI, people say PKI is a bad idea, blah, 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 blah. Okay, then what do you offer? Should we move DNS to TCP? If we move to TCP, it can be delayed, but we do not solve the problem. And at the same time, moving the DNS to TCP costs more in terms of traffic. So then the root people show statistics say we are struggling with UDP. If you move DNS to TCP, someone needs to pay extra capacity for us to manage the traffic. Because UDP query answer, no states can no. But if you move to TCP, that means any query I have to do handshaking and keep the state, it costs more. Then long discussion, and people said maybe we should now move the DNS to case sensitive. Because right now DNS is not case sensitive. Yeah. So that means the bad guy does not even know how you spell the name. But it doesn't matter. People say we should move the DNS to case sensitive. But if you know that, how do you implement? So there have been some discussion and etc. But on the way, there are some people like Sweden and Brazil. There are two CC, okay, the CC world decided to let go to Dnssec. We will deploy Dnssec. Then at least if we crash our CC, the good thing, the other will learn from our experience. Okay? Then Sweden and Brazil were the two CC join in. Okay? Then followed by the area doing the DNS, the reverse Dnssec. Okay, people say, okay, if you guys break the reverse, it's not that critical. You can play with the reverse DNS. But the real DNS experience came from Sweden and Brazil. And the community started pushing ICANN to deploy DNS as root, because after Sweden and India have started, and the other CC are saying, oh, if root is not signed, so why? If root is not signed, why are you pushing us to do that? Because if we all sign, how are you going to manage the keys? Okay, Sweden and India is only 2 keys you can manage. Or if you get 100 keys, how are you going to do the key management? So you need root. Okay, so we were there when Dan Kamesky, okay, show us again was Stephen Development Show in 1998, and Dan showed that with the network capacity we have now, it's more easier to exploit the availability Stephen Development Show of 1995. And then this helped us to get the root signed in June 2010. June root was signed in 2010. Okay, long debate, because US government has something to do with Guyana, etc. It was long discussion, but at some point NCIA said, guys, sign. Those who trust us, those who don't trust us, and keep signing and distributing the key elsewhere, but we can't wait. Okay, but so far it works, because since those have been signed, we see all the TSD who signed push the DSD rule. So it looks like, technically speaking, we don't care if it is higher, US government, etc., etc. We see DNS, but there are other people on the MS. The must say who care for who is doing what. Okay. So, and then since then we have also seen some issues. This morning the minister really talked about DNS Angel was also bad malware, and DNS Angel was developed by two guys in California. You know, add your machine and change your DNS and point your DNS to their DNS, and you will see what they can do with it. Then after that, you will see some other ISP poisoning and cache attack, and all of these things covers the community that across other issues like we've seen attack against the PPI, the certificate authority, etc. Because the only mechanism we have these days is to get certificate from the CA. We have seen also issue attack against the CAs. So all of these things, okay, the word that Dnssec is the solution, and this took us to where we are now with the deployment we have for Dnssec, and then we have Dnssec in place, and now beyond Dnssec, now we are deploying other security solution based on DNS. How it works? Okay, gradually you use public key cryptography. Do that. You have a key pair, private key, public key. Okay, and for some reason we'll see the key has been split too. What we call a zone sign key, and the other one is the key sign key. So this tomorrow for the third guy will explain why we have two keys, but we have two keys. Okay, and we use the key ASK to sign the key, the keys, and the ASK to sign the zone. And all we did, you use the public key. You use the public key to validate the signature made the zone by the private key. Okay, and what the ISP or the end user to do is to have the key or the root. Okay, if you have the ASK for the root, okay, you will be able to go through the chain of trust up to role and responsibility. When we talk about signing, both Annan over there ask the question. So role and responsibility. Let's say we come back to GH. GH management, we have a registry. Okay, the registry is the organization card who manage the namespace, and in some cases you have registrars. Registrars are a company who help users to register names. So if you are in the system called 3R, I mean the registrar who are the owners don't talk to the registry, they go to registrars. Registrars have agreement with the registry. And if you want to register a name, you have to go to the registrar. You don't go to the registry. The registry has nothing to do with the registrars. Okay. And then in this game also we can also put in people who are providing hosting. Okay. Most of the case, registrars also offer hosting, but it will be in the mode where I only offer hosting, I'm not a registrar. Okay. Let's say you as a registrar, you go to her as a registrar, and then she is registrar accredited by the registry. On the name, you want to put the name with me. Do you see the players in this system? See the player. Let's say me as the DNS hosting company, if we want to change something in the name, okay, I have to tell you, okay, and you go to her, then have to go this way. So where do we sign the zone? Where do we sign the zone? And how do we do the kind of trust? From what I just described, needs some attention. So the registrar is the one who is responsible for signing the zone. You own the zone, you sign the zone. But as I said, okay, most of the time registrar, I need the name, I have the name. Registrar is not necessarily equipped to do this, and so the registrars will ask either the registrar can you sign for me, or ask the hosting guy. But this case, the signing happen where the zone is managed. If it is at the register, you sign there. If it is at the hosting place, you sign there. Then, when you sign the zone, you need to send your public key to your parent. Okay? You need to send your public key to your parent. The parent is the zone managed by the registry. But you don't talk to the registry. You go to register. So that means you need to call your registrar and say, register me, I'm doing the Dnssec. Are you ready? Are you ready to accept my public key to the registry? So if the registrar is not ready, what do you do? Either you change the registry, you change the register, you change the register, okay? Because you have to send your key to build the chain of trust, and you don't talk to the registry, so the registrar became critical in the system. Okay, so the registrar need to be Dnssec. So that the registrar can send the public key to what we call the DS, the delegation signing report to the registry. Then the registry time to time generate the signature on the zone and publish the new zone. This is for the signing part. And then if you are ISP or end user, you get a copy of root ASK and you use the root ASK to build to validate the signature in the domain name. So you can see clearly that if we take DLP world, deploying Dnssec require that all the players know what is going on and get prepared. That's why we have this first day of talking to all everybody, ISP, registrar, everybody. Otherwise, if you sign, let's say if you bank.ch is signed and ch is not signed, because the namespace is managed as so if your parent is not signed and you are signed, maybe you ask you to use something called DLP, but we don't want DLP. And in market, DLP people said they are going to close DLP by the end of June this year or somewhere. So they are closing DLP, so everything should go into DNS. So if you want to sign, you need to make sure the registry has deployed Dnssec, and the registry need to make sure the registrars are Dnssec ready. And then we need to make sure in the community that the ISPs are doing the validation. Otherwise, the bank can sign, but the customers are still not protected because the ISPs are not doing validation, so they are still vulnerable to what I described. So everybody has a role in this Dnssec deployment. Okay. Question? Comment? Is it okay? Okay. So I will just give this bit. And this one is important. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was really interesting that the registrar has to be DNS ready. The ISPs have to be DNS ready. Do we have any survey telling us what proportion of the players in Ghana are ready? Do you know? Does anybody know?
Actually, zero.
No, the registrar hasn't signed.
No. We have not signed the GA zone.
Yeah. Oh.
We are preparing to sign. That's why we are doing a workshop to uplift the community before we can sign.
That's complex. Among the ISPs.
Yes, the ISP part is important.
The ISPs, I think some of them may be at least technically ready.
For the ISP part, we have some data. We have some data from Get Houston, from many pages, like I said, also on the Google. Because what we have seen is many people in countries are using Google DNS.
Okay.
Google DNS. So that means if you ask questions, someone will tell you yes, but it's not using a local ISP. It's using, so we need to, if we do that survey, we need to make sure that
one of the questions is which DNS are you using? Make sure that they are not on Google, they are really using local ISP. But we can see.
But we have some ISPs here. Are you ready?
Yeah. Where are the ISPs? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, my technical team is implemented Dnssec on our data servers. But as you mentioned, we have a lot. We have a .NET domain and we have a .NET.gh domain. GH is not yet ready, but we are working within this or within the association of ISPs to make that a priority also for our members.
Yeah, from our side, we are also ready to really be on the Dnssec. We've been working on this for quite some time, so it's a good time to be at the stage.
Which ISP are you?
My ZipNet.
So ZipNet and EchoBand are ready.
And Annan is ready. Annan is in the cloud.
In the cloud.
No, but I think you, Madam, for putting this on the table, I think it's very important. Even GH did not sign what we are trying to fix. Validation is important because there are millions of names already signed the DNS, and it's important that you start doing the validation. And there are also lessons to learn from the validation. But what we see when you start doing validation, you get an example, but it's signing, what's the name? Vanessa.ga. Started signing, okay, well, yes, it's not signed. So let's say it's signing Vanessa.com. Okay, Vanessa.com. You started signing Vanessa.com, and for some reason, you stop or you forget to refresh the signature. What will happen? You ISP, you will need validation. So your users will not be able to reach Vanessa because of the validation. So if other users using a different ISP, one not doing validation, will be able to reach Vanessa. And then they'll say, maybe this guy, something is happening there, so there are things going on there. So in this case, my question is, who take the blame? Vanessa or the ISP? So that's why if you are ISP and you are doing validation, we recommend that you keep looking at the logs and see if things are happening there to be prepared. Either you whitelist these people or you talk to them because you have the customer basically who never understand these kind of things, etc. This is we want to hear, we want to see from ISPs at the meeting. We are doing the validation for this time. We are saying this and how we handle it. That's what we want to see this kind of thing. But if you are signing, please maintain the signing. Or if you want to reverse, follow the process to stop the Dnssec. What people don't do is okay. Oh, I no longer need Dnssec. I will stop signing. Okay? No. If you no longer need DNS, you need to remove your key from the parent. Okay? And if you keep the key at the parent, whatever happens at your level doesn't matter. The presence of the key at the parent shows that your Dnssec, you are doing Dnssec. So first thing, if you want to stop Dnssec, remove the key, the DS called the key from the parent. But if you don't do that and you just stop signing at your level, you will be bogus because anytime the resolver see the key at the parent, they expect to see the signature. Okay, so, then there is a cost for it, an issue. So, but we all agree that it's nothing for free. Nothing for free. Okay, so Dnssec brings some complexity because you involve key, public key, and anytime you mention public key, those who have experience what the meaning, what I mean. Okay, so you need to request signature, you need to monitor the system to make sure that if anything happens, okay, you should notice and react before. You need training. If your registry is not automated, you need to have information because it will be difficult to
handle the signing and the key management manually, especially if you are here this. So if you are managing your company domain, you include that. But here this issue zone 5 every 10 minutes or 15 minutes. You keep anytime someone sends something, change something, you issue a new zone 5. Equipment cost. You need some crypto device. Okay? And one of them are what we call hardware security module. Okay? And if you don't have, hardware security module costs from 40K, there I put 20, but it can be 40K to 5,000. Okay? And remember that the critical thing here is the random number generation. This is the key element. So if you can have a random number generator, okay, good one, you may not need a crypto, less expensive crypto device, but the key point is have a good source of random number. Because generating the key, we all know the algorithm, we all know the tools, OpenSSL. So what makes your key strong is the source of the random, the entropy and the randomness of it. To be so random that it's difficult for people to guess your key. Okay? Then, so the hardware security module I put over there is from something called AITI is the one we use for roots, and the one FR and CA use. The crypto is hardware security module. It's called around 50K US dollars, and it's used. You can connect to network, but it only work on the LAN. You cannot put the phone out. You cannot put out to connect device beyond the local LAN. Then it's certified FIPS 140-2 level 4. This is now we are entering a different world. So you need to build a trust in the system, security and trust in the system. Okay? How do you do that? So you're going to have some process in place. How many people have access to the crypto device? How often do you change the keys? How etc. The long process process to be put in place, especially if you are signing for TRP. Okay, lack of register and ISP. So we are now trying to solve this by running this awareness. We are running this awareness. So we have learned from the last 5 years experience. So what we have on the screen are the issues people put on the table anytime you use DNS. But the good thing is now we are able to deploy Dnssec with cheap but good crypto device. We have experience with the practices, we have documentation in place. You will see .sc has a lot of public. .sc, the first to publish the document we call DPS, Dnssec practice and policy statement, which describe how you do your signing. So now we all copy and paste. DBS from SE, even for root DBS was built by SE and people go there so they have experience. So in the root design team, SE people, but now after the ITF has created a framework to be used for DBS. So we have resources available to help you. So then it's matter of choice, what best for you, how you manage it. Now this is the question. So now we have options. Like I said, there are some people using this crypto 20K. There are people just using laptop. So laptop is come with something we call TPM, Trusted Platform Module. So you can use the laptop as a crypto device for example. Okay. And there are also token USB token also can also be used as crypto device. So the thing has improved over time, but what we need But I personally see an issue for us in Africa, and Jeremy and myself we are discussing during the break is process. And you attend the other day, you look like in our cultures, we don't really like following process. Yeah, we shortcut. We shortcut. Honestly, we shortcut. But here it's a matter of process. Follow the process. Follow the process. Because to build the process, you're going to tell us this is how you are managing, this is how you are going to manage a Dnssec or GH. You must follow it exactly. When you need us come, you need us to tell all the community that we have visited this guy, they are doing exactly what they said. So if you come and say this guy is not following the GPS, we build our trust on the GPS, but then if you come and say this guy is not following the GPS, so the trust is broken. The trust is broken. The trust is broken. So the trust here is going to be built on doing exactly what you said. You publish what you said, and we look at it and say, if you do exactly these things, you are doing a good Dnssec. Okay? Then you have to follow this process exactly, and time to time, you need to get the auditor to come, not to look at your crypto and to just follow it. To know the auditor, they know nothing about the crypto, they will just come and see, follow the process, see if you are just following exactly the process. And how do you handle exception? So in any process, you may have exception. Let's say you come, you say the command CD, the guy run the CD problem. How do we do? Do we stop it? Do we stop and go back? How do you handle exception in the process? All of these things must be implemented and you must follow. Then people can trust. And it's going to be transparent, documentation public, and you can also allow people to come and see the ceremony. Because, for example, we do ceremony for Wood every quarter to sign the keys. Just follow the script. Follow the script. The script is, we all have the script 2 weeks before, you must follow the script. Okay? And then the trust we have in the root Dnssec is based on the BPS, based on the script, and based on the auditor report. So once a year, I can pay the company trust to come to the and show that we can still continue trusting ICANN Dnssec group.
What's happening if
The trust is broken.
What happens if the trust is broken? Should I give you an African answer or global answer?
We cannot have an African kind of Dnssec.
Okay. Then I follow what Annan said. Annan said we are global and we are global. No, okay. So what happens if the trust is broken? It will be difficult for you to rebuild it. Rather than it happened for our Kenyan friends. They had 3 days I would give you the DNS because of Dnssec. To go back and convince the community to put this on was very difficult. Very, very difficult. And even now, not many are using it because the impression you are giving them and say, okay, by problem by default, I don't trust you by default. Or you say, trust me. Then they follow you when you fail. You fail. That's wrong. And then this is even going to affect the KE domain name because people are not even going to buy names. You see, you have a Dnssec issue, but the trust goes beyond DNS and impact in the namespace. Because if I'm looking for Dnssec for my name, so I won't come for KE, I'll go elsewhere because I know that you guys have experience with Dnssec. So this trust thing, when you take the trust, sure it will be difficult, then it will affect your other services in the community. The African one. Okay, no, the African one, when things happen, okay, you come to meeting, you explain to us, and you tell us, you know, they are all crying, my brother, I know they are all crying, they are all crying. Okay, next time we promise next time. Okay? Don't let me down, my brother.
I'm glad it was brothers. Sisters would have been better.
So my brother from Benin want to say something. Now you see how the brother
it's just a comment. Because this one is very interesting. Now, in all the meetings, we are glad that people are moving to the Dnssec. We are very glad. But what we are doing here is very, very important. Because I used to play in brass band before, and sometimes if you want to play, you say you do by heart. You don't see the paper. You just play, because when the first one is playing, you play bass. So we do by heart. We just play. We don't go back to paper. But it's very important to put processes, as it said, because some countries they just sign to show that we signed. That's not good. And we believe that in Ghana we'll sign. When we sign, we'll move. We are not going to sign just because we are going to sign. So we need preparation. And this is what we are doing today. We have a document. When something happened, like in some country, it was during Christmas. And we were people, they were not able to reach people during Christmas. Why? So you put the NSL on Christmas, we cannot reach you. So I think all these things should be in place. So this is very important, and I'm sure that the time we signed .ch and the second zone also, we have a process before the process. We have some countries signing, and we are learning from them. This is why it's very important. I want to comment again that we need to have a process. We need to validate steps, because Annan was with some countries, and during the last day, they agreed on processes. They will validate processes before being up. But in implementation, they were not following processes. They were just pushing, and yet they announced we are signed without going through the processes. So it's very important. Let's keep the communication and follow processes. Thank you.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
We know that .ng, they have not really completed the process yet. But it seems that .ng has really taken off. You were saying .ke, they will not go because they don't trust their registrar. But it doesn't seem that it's necessarily related. You get my point?
What I said was that AE had Dnssec. I had DNS update, but it was connected to Dnssec for 3 days. So the whole thing was out of minute for 3 days because of Dnssec. Yeah. So that was saved 3 days. So then I said that from this, now to go and connect the community that okay, now we have learned, we are ready to go back with Dnssec again, is difficult. Okay? And it's difficult. But at the same time, because you have these issues, some people are now resistant to go inside, say, these guys have shown us recently that we cannot fully trust them. There is what I'm saying. There is what I'm saying. So, NG has not deployed Dnssec. Okay, we have been doing fine, we have a new registry, and I took opportunity of the NT name, because NT also play in English, continue, they took a opportunity from names with the NT at the end, and they are doing well. So they are also planning to do the Dnssec, because now that you have reached this level, people are asking for Dnssec. You see, people are asking for Dnssec, and for them, it's more difficult because, okay, when you reach this level, you must deploy your Dnssec carefully, because if you fail, the impact there, then to come to a point where, okay, can we go for Dnssec? If we don't, now people who need Dnssec may not come to us or may not use our names as primary names. Okay? Then we have to go. But if you go Dnssec, if you don't manage it very well, so you have to decide. You have to decide. This is where it can be. So we need Dnssec, so we are going for Dnssec, but they are taking time. People said it. South Africa, they are working on Dnssec. Yeah. It's taking long, but they are changing the registry, they are doing some work. Sometimes, based on the size of the registry, the criticality of your names, you need to be careful, especially if you want to do it yourself. Okay? Or if you are paying someone to do it, if you want to outsource it, it's very easy, you can do it. But if you want to do it yourself, Otherwise, I said, Dnssec problem can have impact on your normal business. So, yeah. But in 3 days, it was Dnssec. It was key. The system removed the key, but they didn't change it. Put the new key at Diana. And they even said, because everybody in Kenya is using 8, which is doing evaluation, they were off completely. Yeah, they were off completely because they were using group DNS, which is doing Dnssec validation, and Dnssec doing the key namespace. So you can imagine that during the 3 days, there are some people who decided to move some content from the key name. We will do that. Especially that, okay, it can happen to any, okay, the problem is it can happen, but it's how you handle it. Okay, when people are asking questions, there's no response, we don't know what is going on. We don't know what is going on. So this is the worst scenario. If you have incident and you are able to communicate to your stakeholder that you are in charge, you are handling yes. But when people ask questions, no answer. We don't know what is going on. Guys, wait for 3 days. During the 3 days, when we woke up, first thing was to try to go to Ayana and remove the key and cut off the Dnssec. Okay, but again, process. If you send a request to Ayana, say we want to remove the key, Ayana will send you email. But the mail is going to a domain under KE, which is it's still a problem. You see, okay, so then you call Ayana. Ayana said, okay, what we will do, we will have a process, we will take you through to validate a new Gmail account for you. Then we can send you the email there. You do this and we do this. Process.
I think you understand why it's
It's process. It's process. Okay, so it's time for lunch. We will go for lunch, but before lunch, we are waiting for group photo in front of then we go for lunch at the same place. Lunch is supposed to be 1 hour, but if we can, okay? But remember to take the descent, but come back as soon as possible. Then we are a bit late. So okay, I've been informed that there is a live streaming. There are live streaming, so everything we're saying here, the world is listening to us. But up to now, we are at the part. Okay, maybe we didn't have permission to disclose the part, but it's the fact. Okay. Yes, Annan.
Let's take the group photo.
Let's see using certificate, but now we will put certificate in DNS. For example, I can generate certificate for my domain name, www.nita.gov. Then that certificate, I put it now in DNS and I sign. So when we're doing DNS, when I give you my certificate, okay, instead of going through the normal PPI where you look for the certificate authority to do validation, you go inside DNS, query DNS, the certificate or the fingerprint of the certificate compared to what the server has given you. If it matches, you are certified. So this is what we are doing now. Then you have the security. It allows us to improve the global internet security. Dnssec, organizational and cross-national platform for cyber security. This is very important because when we enter the security area, when we enter crypto, soon you start seeing problems. They have their own algorithm. If I come say we don't trust the Chinese algorithm, the Russian come say the Ghanaian come, we have our own algorithm. Yeah, because we why do I have my own algorithm? You have yours. I don't trust you. The day you don't trust me, but we are securing something which is global. DNS is global. You sign in Ghana. Many people were all over Facebook by DNS, crypto, OD, and things. So the government are also now pushing for security, and we have been seeing government or Dnssec deployment in countries, US, Sweden, Brazil, pushing for the US also has done pushing the ISPs to adopt Dnssec. The gov domain, that is the US government domain name, like the same like gov.gh, gov.gh. So we are being pressure, we are being called for Dnssec, and good thing is when it comes from government, then some way, okay? Implement the government, if they do pass a law or set a policy. So when the government official say that we recommend that people should do the Dnssec, they is carrying more weight coming in front and say people say the Dnssec is good for you. But so the technical community will say it on government more and more. If you look at and even in solution to audit report, now people are recommending organization to also deploy Dnssec to protect domain name, for example. So Dnssec. So things are moving. Okay, things are moving. Even in that area, we hear that things are moving. It can happen. In terms of deployment, you see this in the green over there. This is the map. In the map, this is you see the CC. You can see in the world Dnssec deployment. Then you come to Africa. You see where. So the green are people who are deployed Dnssec, but this is Africa. You see there is Africa. But if you see the rest of the world, you see yourself that where the gap is. So if other people has deployed Dnssec at the country code level, this is where we are. So these people see the benefit. They are deployed Dnssec, and we. If you look at Africa, you could tell yourself. You have Tunisia, Morocco, Guinea, Republic of Guinea, Kenya, Uganda, Kenya, and then the southern you see Namibia. Small crowd. The third party signing solution is available. So now Bind, we know for our DNS, Bind has improved its Dnssec capability. Bind 10, they have released Bind 10, we have open Dnssec over there. So they are tools. So Infoblox, for those who use Infoblox has added Dnssec to their DNS system. So in terms of solution over there, CP64, these are coming there. Okay, and we talk about the certificate, the players, Google pushing. One of the things Google say, if you use it, we do this, but we also offer Dnssec. It's one of the arguments Google pushed in front of to keep people say, no, our DNS is reliable, is this, and it has Dnssec. So this is happening there. So the end users, the customers, and some of the providers are now selling DNS, Dnssec. So we're no longer in this chicken and egg saying, I don't see the demand, so I don't see the demand, so I don't do it. And the other say, my provider is not doing it. So what can you do? If you are a company, you sign your zone, turn on validation on your corporate resolver. If you are end users, ask your ISP to turn on validation for you. And to do the signing or to do the validation, if you need expertise, you can do the expertise, not spending a lot of money. There are workshops, webinar, there are Dnssec material here and there. You can use them to build the expertise. So if you try to put too much money in the expertise, you may not have a return on investment. Okay, so in this business, especially, you are not going to charge people for a lot of money. It's going to be you take small. This is what is happening. For example, if you see the registrars like GoDaddy and Dandy, they offer you Dnssec. What come to say? Okay. Now if you click names, when the services you choose like hosting, now you have one of them for Dnssec. Okay. Some of Dandy is $1 or $2 because in case what pay here for your business. Because there is one thing behind. If you host your names with the registrar and the name is signed, it makes the transfer more difficult. If you want to transfer your name from one registrar who is hosting and adding Dnssec, if you want to move from one registrar to the other registrars, it's more difficult. And if you look at even GoDaddy said, if you want to move from GoDaddy to a registrar which is not Dnssec, GoDaddy policy clearly said it's not possible. You cannot move from GoDaddy to another registrar which is not doing Dnssec. No, you cannot do that.
Can't move from GoDaddy.
You can do that. So things are happening there in terms of business. Things are happening. Okay. So opportunity there, what I said, and one of the things is clearly the certificate business. If you are in domain name, most of the registrars also are certificate name, the business. Okay. So you send name and people to host website and email. So they need certificate. So most of them are in certificate business. So what we see coming now is people need certificate. Okay? Again. So
So, section is coming. So, in the meantime, I said that people who sell net, who are in the domain name business, they are also in certificate business. Okay. So, and even if you are not, let's say you are not you are registered, you are not in certificate business. What is happening now is that with them, it's possible that people generate certificate to their website and put it in DNS. So you can offer this if you are posting names. You can offer. So if I have domain, I want the domain with you, and I want to do HTTPS for my web. So it's okay. So we'll handle it for you. We generate a certificate for you. We put the certificate in the DNS, and you work on. So if you are in certificate business, this thing also is a new way of doing it. But if you are not right now, it's something you need to look at, because everybody wants to have a web or a secure web. Everybody wants to have a secure web, and because of the mass surveillance, people think we should encrypt the whole web and everything should be under HTTPS. Because because the NSA is watching, etc., etc., etc. So yes, if you get certificate, you can go get the normal certificate, or you can now use your Dnssec certificate. I will show you a Dnssec certificate. Okay? This is something coming. So if you are registered, or if you are a hosting company, it's a new opportunity. It's something new. Because if you stick to one selling domain name, at some point, business scale, but nothing new. But nothing new. But now everybody wants security. Okay? Everybody needs security, and there are things you can do in the domain name. So without engaging any extra authorities. So just I have a domain name delegated. Okay, I have a domain name delegated to me. Okay, then I put the signature on it. Then I can add a certificate. I can put other things in it and use it to improve the security. So this is the new services you can offer your people. Okay, then you can charge for it. Okay, in these days, not okay. You charge for it, but you have to choose the amount of money you are charging. Sometimes you don't charge for cash, but it helps you to improve your relationship with your customer. That is important. So for example, if I give you the money, go that is taking for signing, but go that is you cannot move. If you want to move registrar, the other registrar must be doing Dnssec. Otherwise you stay here. And even if the other one is doing Dnssec, moving is not straightforward because you are Dnssec signed here. There are keys, etc. So you want to move. You want to move to the other one. Let's say the other one is doing Dnssec for you. So how do you do this transition? By keeping the chain of trust. By keeping a chain of trust. Okay? It needs to be done carefully, and don't be surprised if one of them asks you to put some money on the table. So yeah, it's not okay. If it is normal DNS, it's very easy. But in the key system, you have the signing here. You have a new guy to start signing for you. So at some point, you need to synchronize. Okay, you need to get the old and the new one signed. And stop the old one at some point and look at the TTL and make sure nothing break before you stop this, before you stop that, before you remove the TL from the parent. It's not easy. Who is doing that? Are you paying for it? So there are things there. Anyway, when you enter the security, things are different. So opportunity is there. If you are doing hosting, you are offering hosting, you are registrars, there are opportunity for you in terms of new services to improve your portfolio and also improve the revenue stream. How many people here have generated a certificate, S509 certificate? Remember? How many people here have tried to generate a certificate? Now, how many people have tried? Then you stop the process. Certificate. No?
But when you go to website with HTTP, you know the certificate, you know what the certificate is, then you know the role of the certificate. So when you go to your bank want to do transaction on your bank account, you look at the certificate. Look at the certificate. So when you know that the certificate is on bank. And what happens if you get the warning that the certificate is not valid, etc.? Do you want to continue? And you leave the place. Ah, not good. But me, I say. And me, I say, and I pray. So in the public, everybody tell you leave the place, but in the normal, they say. We know. In the public, we say I leave the place, but we know. But in the real, we stay. We say, me, black man, who is looking at me? Nobody is looking at me, but people are looking at everybody. Okay, so the certificate and the trust or the security of the TLS or this thing is based on the certificate and the way you validate the certificate is important. So if you miss that part, you can get an encrypted transaction, but you may be talking to the bad guy in a secure mode. So who are you talking to? How do you talk that person? So it's a certificate who will determine that. So now we have with Dnssec, we have the option to issue our own certificate, or even if we get the certificate, from authorities, we have the opportunity now to authenticate this certificate using DNS. The good thing here is that the validation path through the certificate is different. In DNS is different. So it gives you two different paths. Yeah. Even if the same certificate, and if I offer two validation paths, it's better than one. Okay? So to improve the security is better than one. So if one fails, luckily the other one can help. It's better than one. So as you can see, there are things going on there. Real production. No longer in theory, they are there. So if you are ISPs or if you are registrars, please look at what is going on there. There are opportunity there for you. And the game here is not necessary to replace one solution with the other. But remember that in security, we usually say if you have multiple defense, it's better than one. Okay? So right now, if I have option, I want to use multiple defense. Okay? And then if tomorrow I realize that I can live with one, then yes. So right now, the goal here is not to compete with the certificate authority or say that we're going to finish with the certificate authorities. But some of them are already moving to the den. Very sign, all of these things are already moving to the den. They offer you the tool. Say, you want this, we offer. You want this, we offer. If you want this, please move from this hosting, come to us. Then we issue this certificate, we can also add the other one. We can add the other one. If you are buying a certificate from us, it's good if you host your name with us, we can get a certificate in your domain for you. So there are things going on here and there, and just need to. So, right here. So, the left side is the certificate authorities part, where you have the certificate authorities, you go to them, and then you request certificate, and then they give you certificate, you get on your email, on your web, etc. Now, this thing, what we have is now with Dnssec, from one route, you can also get certificate, you can get free certificate for your web, for your web, for your email, for other things, etc., for the other services attached to the domain, to the domain name. And then, as I said, you can even get the certificate from the authorities, which will be also placed in the DNS. And so you see, now we see the change. In the past, we only had the less chain of trust. Now we have with Dnssec, we have a different chain of trust. So there is something new there. New opportunities, new security products, services, improved certificate, SSL, SNIP, SMIME, the remote SSL. And so with Dnssec, we have a total independent app where you can sell new services, product, etc. Even voice over IP, for those who know voice over IP, use DNS. You use DNS, and there is a DNS namespace called email. Everything there, you can do things. Really good things. The security smart grid, the call, the global PKI. So these days, when we go to meeting and we hear government people saying that we want to deploy PKI, we want to create a good certificate authority for the countries, then we can issue certificate for people, we can do e-tax, e-business, e-this, then they say, okay, good, this is one option. But the other option is now, if GH is signed, for example, we can those who have name under GH can also can also do something different by attaching now information in the DNS for people under DH. So different way of reading the PTI, because if you want to do e-government, e-administration, you need certificate to authenticate the people. You need certificate. So one option is for the government to set up a PTI, public infrastructures, where they issue certificate for organization or for individual. So these days, the options is maybe go for Dnssec for GH, and under GH people get the names, they sign, they put information over there, and then it's a different model. And the good thing with Dnssec is distributed, it's not one central point. Okay? The central point we have here is root. From root is distributed. So if something happened to Vanessa.gh, it impact on Vanessa. But if it happened to GH, it impacted if it happened to root. Okay? But it's a distributed role, and the different people play a role in it. So it's not only we all refer to one certificate authorities, etc. Okay, but the certificate authority has proven in the past to be robust, etc., etc. But yes, things are improved. So with Dnssec, there are new opportunities in terms of services, etc. So how do I trust this? Before we go to how do I trust this, let us look at Dnssec deployment. For example, this my browser here. Let me see if I go to Annan or ICANN.org. If I have connectivity, I'm not seeing my picture. Something happening here. This is the problem when you are not doing the mirroring. How do I know this? This browser, this Firefox, I added a plugin, and this plugin gives you something. Okay, this is HTTPS ICANN.org. Then you have this, you have the certificate. You saw the green pad, etc. So that this is a secure connection. And if you go here, then it show you the certificate verified by Dnssec. Oh, sorry, Dnssec. I can see. We'll go back. Let's go back to here. More information. Okay, take it here. Then you can see the certificate. You can see the certificate, view certificate, and this is a certificate. So there is a document, there is a digital document called a certificate. So it's a certificate, it's a document issued by Dnssec authorities to ICANN, and ICANN use it to prove the identity of www.icann.net.org. So for me, or for you, if you by connecting to this and seeing this, your browser authenticate the certificate of this website, because the browser trusts Dnssec. So this browser has Dnssec as certificate authority. So let's see what we have here. What we have here, there is a plugin for Firefox. Then if you add a plugin to Firefox, well, then your Firefox will also look at the Dnssec status of the name you are visiting. Then it shows you if it is green, it says that www.icann.org is secure by Dnssec. So because you can look at the names and see if the name is protected with Dnssec, then it shows you that. So this is something you can show the end user. The end users are not going to go inside DNS to see DNS packet, see Dnssec. No, for this plugin is easier. Like you tell the end user, normally when you go to the bank account, you should see the green there, blah 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 blah. You tell them that there must be a green on the other side. There must be a green on the other side. There must be a green on the other side. Okay? Yes.
site that one will expect that when you visit, the whole page will have HTTPS. And you see the normal HTTP. But when you are doing sensitive transaction like online, which is there, before you see the HTTPS, which of the two we have? Should the seller have the two from the home page to the transaction side, or you can have just normal HTTP at the home page? The one that you use.
Let me make sure that everybody understands what I'm saying. Some websites, if you go, okay, the default page you see is HTTP. There is no security. But when you are browsing or you want to go to sensitive page like payment or to read some information, then the URL change and take you to HTTPS. So that means people think the default one just give you default information, and then, but this day the recommendation is go by default everything HTTPS. In the past, people were using this because the argument was HTTPS is very heavy to carry. You need many encryption, blah 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 blah. So we only keep HTTPS for sensitive. But these days, the recommendation is you go for HTTPS, and there is something called let encrypt. Then say we should, as I said, we should encrypt the whole internet traffic to be encrypted. So the recommendation is to go for HTTPS by default. And if you look, I will show you the let encrypt. The let encrypt people, you can say that, okay, because there are, the other thing aspect is there are people who have the website HTTP, and they have the same on HTTPS. So if the users, if you put HTTP, icon.org, it gives you icon.org. If you put HTTPS, icon.org also it gives you. So there is a plugin for Firefox to turn everything to HTTPS. So if you even type HTTP, it will turn to and look for HTTPS. And if you put it in the strict mode, if it doesn't find HTTPS, it will generate error. You will not fall back to HTTP. So there are things you don't need to go there. Then if you have that plugin, you need to decide are you in the strict mode or loose mode. If you are in the loose mode, if you put HTTP, it will try HTTPS. If there is no website, if you are in loose mode, it will fall back to HTTP. But if you are in strict mode, you say no, you cannot reach the page. Then the plugin and the Let's Encrypt consortium is behind all of these things. I think there are things going on that we should go because NSA, because the US government is listening to the mass surveillance things, we want to encrypt everything. Okay, so let's go back to there. Then you see the Dnssec this side. Now let me show you something else. If I go to, let's say if we go to HTTPS, Dnssec Africa, Dnssec Africa.org, the website you say you should visit it, then I put HTTPS. You see, there is another green. Then I have three greens. I have three. So the left one is the normal PKI one, HTTP one. Now I have the green, the key, the Dnssec. Now I have another part over there which look like what you have here. Okay, but if you look at what I have here, I had the certificate of this web page has been put in Dnssec, and this is what the browser is showing here. So the same certificate I used to get the green over there, I have the certificate in the DNS. And to put the certificate in DNS, you use what we call the TLSA record, because everything in DNS is a resource record. So there is a TLSA record inside the DNS. So this browser with the plugin, when you get the certificate, you query Dnssec and try to validate and show you the green, the other green. Okay. So he said he has a certificate. There is a certificate corresponding to a TLSA record and blah 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 inside there. So what is going on now is that we get the certificate, we put certificate in DNS, we sign. Okay? But TLS happened between our browser and the secure web server. So now we are updating the browser now to know that they can also validate the certificate in the normal PKI, but also using the daily path. So what we put in the TLSA is just the fingerprint of the certificate. The fingerprint of the certificate. You have a certificate. That certificate is somewhere in your web server configuration somewhere. Okay? Then when you want to do TLS, the web server will send me the certificate. So how to activate the certificate? By query DNS, I will look for fingerprint, then I use the fingerprint to validate. Okay, so this is what is going on. So if you are using TLSA, you put your certificate, your self-generated certificate in DNS. You will see they can also work. And for those who want to see the plugin, if you go to this website, you will see it. But I will also advise you, instead of going to these third-party things in your browser, look for plugin. Now this plugin is part of the native plugin from Firefox or Chrome or other people. But if you look at here, you can see that this plugin is available for, I can see, if we do download, you will see that this plugin is available, and it's becoming now part of the browser by default. It's supported by Firefox, Internet Explorer, Chrome, Opera, and so using there goes. So I mean, all the browsers have that plugin, but for most of them, I say that the next version coming up will have this date validation path by default. So if in the TLS, when they get the certificate, they know that you have two options. Either it is PKI non-certificate or it's a date certificate. Then they will look for the Dnssec and do the validation. So this is real. This is already happening and okay. So if we go back here, then this certificate you see here, which is a self-generated certificate. This certificate, which is a self-generated certificate, is the one we just took the hash of this certificate and put it in the DNS under TLSA record and we sign. That's all. So what we do is create the whole certificate, self-signed certificate, put it in the Apache configuration, then take the hash, put it in the TLSA, and you sign. Okay. So now, after this, you still need to go buy certificate from where you sign or Dnssec or GoDaddy or other people. Then this is your business. Or you have options. You can end up doing the two, or you can only. So right now, what people are doing is you get a certificate from the authorities and put it in the game, because most of the browsers, majority of the browsers are still following the normal PKI. Then you get the certificate or put the hash of the certificate. So those who are doing them will see you. Those who are doing the PKI will see you. But then, as we go, when they get more attention, more deployment, then you become just option. So which one do you want to do? But in terms of business, I want you as a security company or as a registrar or at this to see that this is something coming. You can also put in, if you are managing domain name for people, or if you. Any question? Question? Yes? Question?
I'm sure that when the DNS was first brought up, they never envisaged that in the future people would have used it and will have the logo that we have now. Now we said everything positive about the Dnssec. Is there any limitation or is there anything aside possible?
I've said in the morning that there is nothing free. I've said that Dnssec bring complexity to the DNS. That means deploying Dnssec is not as simple as this. I said it needs to be designed carefully, and that's why now I'm talking about the business, because I do not expect the normal end user to try this. I want the normal user to try the business to do this properly for them. Because it's not key management, signing, it's not for any normal user. Okay. Then, but Dnssec has its own issue. And I said, you nothing for free. You saw whether I showed the signature this morning. The signature includes the DNS packet size. That means if you defer Dnssec, if I send query, the response I have will be a little bit bigger than the normal DNS. That means you will consume a little bit DNS, more bandwidth. So, and if the guy said today, what if the trust, trust is broken? That means here you are putting trust. Okay, if you don't have trust, and it happens, it's more easier for people to accept. But if you put trust, and then the bad guy break in, it's more difficult. So, it's more difficult. So, I'm not saying that everything is fine, but for us it's clear. That's why this afternoon I'm talking about the business. I think there must be well-skilled people to do this thing so we can all benefit. If we open it for everybody to break and to cause more damage, and if you don't have it, you know that you are dealing with the most secure system. When you start putting security trust in, you require more work and more. That's why I see this as an opportunity. I see this as for a business than for normal
business. Yeah, talking about ISPs.
ISP register, people doing hosting, people who are in security consultancy, everywhere. So if you do that security thing for a bank, they say we need to sign. We need to sign the name. Then you have HTTPS, you have certificate, yes. But what if you have certificate, but what if the end user is trying to get the website and they spoof the DNS, and the guy had a big certificate. When the users will get the warning, say the certificate is but the user can say, do you want to continue? Yes. So the certificate is only does not solve the problem. The certificate can then you can have the warning that something wrong, but how many users really care about this thing? You see the problem is that why I say I did multi-defense is better than only one. So you have HTTPS. Now let's sign. When we sign, the people are doing validation. We make sure that nothing happens at the DNS. Then it protects more the user than you expect the user when he's to the fake certificate to take the right decision, which is not of the time. Because the website will look like the same, and sometimes the name, the bad guy, the name look like the same. They choose the name, etc. So by default, when you are used to something, you just wake up, you want to do your business, you go click yes, and you do your business. So these are things we should do. If you and if I said the guy is not there, but if you are also in OT, when you do security OT, you can also look at this how is the next page secure and etc. Then you can offer options. So if you are only showing, for example, your VPN using the share key. Now, you can also do VPN, more secure VPN using public key. Public key, we need certificate. No, please, you can now use Dnssec to do your VPN. So you have options. Because if you do only, you're supposed to have a combination. So if you don't know how the things are working in the market, how are you going to advise? How are you going to advise the people? All of these things are hard work. And the business opportunity I'm showing here. Okay, so how do I trust root? The root setting, this morning, Doc asked the question because the root is so critical. So how can I trust root? If I don't trust root, why do I trust the rest? Because we saw this morning that everything starts from the root down the road. So how do I trust root? So root, Dnssec and those have been, I will show you multi-stakeholders bottom-up trust model. So as I said, any sign I can share the role, and I can make it much more open to everybody, community to come and be part of it. They use the crypto officer. Today, Doc was saying that I am one of the crypto officers. I hold part of the key to the root. And before we do root ceremony, some of the crypto officers need to be there, etc., etc. Root, the ceremony is audited, broadcast, audited, and use the FIPS level 4, which is the highest security level. Root has the DPS. And this is what you see, root deployment. You see, root use these two safe. The two safe over there, used by root. On one side, root, the ICANN root Dnssec is on two sides. One data center, the East Coast in Washington, D.C., and another one in LA, Los Angeles. And every quarter, they switch, they use the East Coast, they use West Coast, etc. They have two sides. So in case of anything happen at one coast, they can also operate from there. Then there are two safe. They would use this hardware security module. Okay, and there are ceremony. You could see the ceremony. At every ceremony to sign the keys. Okay, then the ceremony follow a script, and before you can enter the data center and even access to these two safes and remove the crypto material is the process, and it requires a crypto officer. The key writers will get it. The key he will use when they open safe 2. When in safe 1, we have the hardware security module, we have the laptop which is used, and some of the flash drive. Nothing comes from outside the flash drive. Then the safe 2 is separate, is like a post box. So every crypto officer has his box. Okay. Then my smart card, which contains the key I use to authenticate, is in there, logged with my key and when double logged with ICANN. So when they open safe 2, I can put my key, open, remove. ICANN staff can put them, remove. Then we open my box. Then I can take my card. Then I take my card, and we put the crypto. When we go to ceremony, we put the crypto on the table. Smart card. You see the people there. Then they'll call the crypto, one of them, one, you go, you take your box, you look at it, check the serial number, everything, then you are ready. And then this is Risha now, it's been the ceremony administrator following step by step. And then we activate the engine, we sign, and then we move back the equipment, we close 3-4 hours for the ceremony, 3-4 hours for the ceremony. Okay? The ceremony is to get people in the room, get people to go inside where the safe are, to collect the stuff, bring them to the ceremony room. We sign the key. One guy from very side bring the key from very side. We sign the key. We give the flash back to the very side guy. Then we have to go back. Call the crypto officers to go back to the room, store the smart card, lock, leave the room. We put the computer back. Then we all sign off, we leave the room, and we go to a restaurant, a Mexican restaurant for dinner. Yes, you see that? See here. To enter the room, they are multi-layer. They have multi-layer. I don't have it here for you to know. They are multi-layer physical security. And before you enter the first layer where you sign, okay, there are people who have to put the eyes and things to open the door. And when they open the door, you cannot keep the door open for more than 1 minute, otherwise it will generate alarm. So the thing is, we're saying, who are ready to go? We open the door, 2, 3, 4 people go, you have to close the door and open again. If you keep the door open more than 1 minute, the alarm will sound. There are strict processes over there. Okay? then you go there, you sign, there is a spot. Then after this, you enter this ceremony room. To get because we talk about the GH, signing the GH, so it's good that we see where the GH is.
Okay, then tomorrow and the day after we can see how we get the DH to deploy in the second, because we mentioned opportunity, we mentioned business. It's good that people know when DH will be ready so that they can start preparing the business model as well. So that's why we used to have this presentation on the registry status and what is going on. So I thought you have the floor.
Okay, Alan, thank you. As you can, let's put a hand up, Alan. Awesome. Okay, my name is Vitus Abarigo. I am currently applications manager for Ghana.com and lead support engineer for the CCTLB. So we all know the time is fast spent, so I'm going to quickly go through this slide and then we run out of here. Okay, so basically I'm going to give you the current status of the CCTLB, what the daily activities look like, and then what are some of the developments that are taking place. Okay, so the content of my presentation will be I'll take a look at some things in the registry industry. We'll try to see who actually is the current CCTLB admins as prescribed by Annan. Okay, we also look at some governance structure, some policies, the architecture of the registry system, and then the registry model that we've adapted and operated with. We also look at some data flow, some statistics as it deals with the numbers in terms of the SLDs. And then some migration that has taken place. And then future plans. Okay, so that's what we're taking about. Okay, so you realize that when Alain was doing his presentation, he mentioned a lot of stuff. So in the registry service industry, I mean, we have our own language. So you hear words like registrant, registrar, registry, domain, zone, DNS, TLDs, SLDs, CCTLDs, delegation, redelegation, IP hosting. So in the course of the presentation, these terms will be occurring. And so when you hear it, let's know that there are some of the acronyms that we use. Okay, let's go. Okay, so if you go to Ayana. Okay, so Ayana has been mentioned a lot today. So if you go there and then you do a pick, you will discover that in the root database, these are the records that you will see. So the current sponsoring organization is Network Computer System, and then the admin contact is our own man, Dr. Crayon, and then the technical contact, which we were told this morning, is CTO. So if you want, you can go there and verify. So currently, that is what is there. Okay, let's go next. Okay, so there's a governance structure. So the governance structure relies on RFC 1591. So if you go there again, for the sake of time, I will not dwell much on this. So when you go there, you see that we're adhering to RFC 1591. Okay, next. So what actually is the registry? So typically what we do at the registry, and when I say the registry, I mean the GH registry. We publish zones, we manage delegations, we publish public information, that is the WHOIS, and then we receive some payments. Okay, and there are some of the domains that we do not. Okay. So typically the architecture of a registry looks like this. So there's a back-end database, and then there are some objects that we collect. Okay, and these objects are the domain is an object in the registry, the registrar is an object in the registry, the host, and then the contact, very important, because these are the things that form the WHOIS. Right? Okay, so the GH registry, the current model that we are operating with is the 2R model. Okay, it's actually a simple registry model, and what it means is that the registry has a direct contact with the registrant. The registrant is actually the domain owner. So if today you want to come and register, let's say derek.com.gh, you will not need to go to what we call a registrar. You come directly to the registry, which is also playing a role as a registrar. Okay, so see the model as the registry and the registrar as one entity. So you are referred to as the registrant who is requesting for a domain will directly come to the registry to operate. And when we get to the 3R, you will observe the difference. Okay, so there's another twist to the 2R model where there's an introduction of resellers. Okay, so today, even though there are introduction of resellers, it still does not make it a 3R model. Okay, today the registry has unofficial resellers. So we have guys that come to the registry to register domains on behalf of their clients. Okay, it doesn't make them registrars. But typically a registrar will have a contract with the registry. But resellers are just people who want to enhance their business. So they stand on behalf of their clients to come to the registry to register on their behalf. Okay, so now let me just explain to you the 3R model. So you will see that with the 2R, there are just two stages or two levels. Registrant coming directly to the registry. With the 3R, we have what we call the registrar in between. So the registrant or the one who wants to buy the domain does not walk directly to the registry to get the domain. What he does is to go to a registrar who will then the registrar will then interact directly with the registry. So just observe that with the 3R, there's a registrar in between. And also in this model, the registrar may have resellers, and the resellers do not have a contract with the registry, but they have a contract with the registrar. Okay, so basically you say 3R has three what we call stages: registrant, registrar, registry. The registrar may have resellers. Okay, good. Yeah, so the .gh registry operates with certain policies. Some of you would have noticed that when you come to register a domain at Ghana.com, which is a sponsoring company managing the .gh registry. For example, if you are coming to register at .com.gh, you will require that one of your admins, okay, is a resident in the country, one of them. And then sometimes, in fact, we require that you come with a company registration of your company, okay? And then we take the company registration details. Then we encourage that your primary DNS, at least one of them, should reside in the country. Because I think the brain behind this was to encourage the telecom infrastructure and the IT infrastructure to grow. And then generally the domains will be registered under this SLPs: com.gh, edu.gh, org.gh, net.gh, biz.gh, gov.gh, and mail.gh. The last two, gov.gh and mail.gh, has been delegated to the other institutions. So government is with NITA, so when you want to register .gov, you need to go to them first. You need to go to them, you don't have to come to us. So for .mail, that has been delegated, normally go to the military. So the military people can register names and like that. Okay. So basically the operations we perform there are, we add and remove. Okay. We can also add, modify, and remove. And then we can update the administrative contacts. Alright. So these are the kind of operations that we perform there next. So, as I said, the registry takes some objects. Okay, so basically, when you're coming to register, there are certain things we collect. So the registrant is is the one who comes to register a domain on behalf of his company or for himself. And there are some two criteria you must meet. You should have enough funds to pay for the domain, and then two, you must be legally, in a legal, you must stand in a good legal position to register the domain. It means that it must be legal. We're not coming to use a domain to do some fraudulent or illegal stuff. Or Sakawa, as we think. How do we know? Because immediately we may not know. But I'm saying the ownership, okay, you only get ownership of it, okay, continuously if you are using it for the right purpose. At a certain stage, when we realize that the domain you've come to acquire is used for illegal purposes, you take it away from you. Okay?
But what legal document must be processed before having to register?
Okay.
Yeah.
A legal document?
Yes. Which will prove that you are doing the thing legally in the first place.
Okay. So normally, when I will say something and if I have something to add. Normally, if you buy the domain, okay, we monitor the use of it. Or if clients or the public, the community complains that this domain it's used for illegal purposes, then when the admin is contacted, okay, it's taken away from you. So, but it's not like you come with a legal document, you say, what we take as a company is, if you are coming to register for a company, we first verify to find out whether the company is registered in Ghana. Okay, and that we get a photocopy of your company registration that you did at the registrar department of Ghana. Hello? You have something to say? About this question.
Okay, I think what you're saying is that when the person comes to register, he provides some information that identifies him, especially, and then the person commits to you that you will use it in good way. Okay? That's what he's talking about. It's not forcing you. But what it means is that we can abuse alerts. Like somebody has created a phishing site and he's collecting people's usernames and passwords. An alert will come from somewhere else. You may not have seen, but somebody will send an abuse. Okay? Because it's a spamming message of sorts. And it gets paid. So if it comes to you because you are in GH administrator, you have to take some actions, right? And those actions are based on the commitment that the person has done. Is committed to you that he's going to use it for, and we all have good sense of what reasonable etiquette is. So we don't expect you to get a domain and be spamming to come back as abuse. We do not expect you to use the domain and post it for phishing, collecting people's things, masquerading as some other sites and so on. So there is that moral base, but I think beyond that, there's nothing else. Okay. Nobody can look at exactly what you're doing, but if it's determined that it's not in right use, all the ISPs, all the hosting companies will be told they will pay. Of course, we used to, the ISP Association had a code of conduct that they themselves put on most of their websites and so on and so forth, then that adds to the people. Quite often in this environment, we don't do the things by fiat, by law, by agreement, as the first thought that comes to your mind supposes. We do it by consensus, by you yourself feeling that it's important for you to have that common ground.
Just a quick one. You saw the 2R and the 3R. In the case of the 3R, where you have a reseller, how would the person really compete? For example, you have a friend, I come to you, as I get to you. You don't, at that stage, don't
derogate too much because of the employee. So from where you are sitting, how would you be able to identify or monitor if the person, the registrant, is abusing it or if you don't receive any alerts? How would you?
I'm not too sure if I get your question right. We are saying if there's a reseller involved, how will you know if the registrant is abusing the domain?
The reseller probably don't get an alert because I'm told that the insurance that they prompt you that the domain this particular person has purchased from you is being abused.
The alerts actually come from the community.
Yeah, it's very widespread. Yes. The registry GH we get, the domain name person is one who runs the DNS we get. I mean, that is the whole system. So there's a whole chain. By the time I get it, it must be pretty bad. You understand? I mean, you can actually trace and find out, that you see usually is something there, right? And then the ISP catches him. And if the ISP that he's using or because it's relay, open relay or something, is cheating, he's doing something that and he's cut. Okay, or sometimes it's the one who is working with who cut it. Okay. And in the process, you see customers they are sending to also start sending back annoying messages. Are you following them? Including the security officers of various companies that are related to the spam who receive the 419 spam. So the whole system reacts. You see, and at that point, if it's certain kind, just if it's phishing especially, just by telling the hosting guy it's gone. If it's more complicated about the content and so on and so forth, then that one, I think you have to go to the coach. I think you follow what he's saying.
All right, thank you, Doc. And so as I was saying, so the registry, during the registry, we collect this object. The registrar, because the two are by default, the registry, this thing is called, it's taken. So Ghana.com is, as we speak, is the only registrar. Okay? And then we take the domain details, and then the contact and the host details. So these things are all, if it's the whole time, you have to come and fill the form and provide all these details. Okay, so today, as I said, we used to do this manually. So today, if you go to ghana.com/GHDIC, you'll be asked to fill the form, okay? And this form collects the objects that I just mentioned. Next. GHDIC. Or if you go to ghana.com, you will see a Ghana flag there. Just click on the flag and then you will see the form.
This can be done online?
This can be done online, yes. Okay, so after collecting the data and then we register your domain for you correctly, then we make the administrative part of your details to the public, and that's what we popularly call the ROADS. Okay, so that's a spelling mistake. So it's supposed to be nic.gh. Should have corrected this, sorry. So what do we mean? So the output we get is actually the ROADS. So it is provided by the registry and redistributed by ROADS service providers. Example is domaintools.com, Central Opens. All of them are ROADS service providers. And then the ROADS provides answers like who is sponsoring the registrar, and DNS provide what is the domain status, when was the domain registered, where is the registrant located. I'm sure most of us have used ROADS services. So when you use the ROADS service, these are some of the answers that you get to answer for you. So these are typical ones. So at the registry, we provide what we call the take ROADS service. So what it means is that when you do ROADS, you get all details of the registrant, including his email, in fact, what we call his social data, all that is provided in our ROADS database. Okay. So as Alan was explaining, if you need a domain, all you need to do is to go to the registry the registrar, sorry. In our case, as I said, the registry is the same thing as the registrar. Okay? And the registrar normally will provide additional services like hosting, SSL, Dnssec services, and all those stuff. At Ghana.com, we provide those services as well. So once you come and ask for the domain, a create command is executed at the registry. And by that action, your domain is registered for you. Next. Okay, so that's kind of the flow. So what you do is you come either physically to our office or go to online and fill a form. Fill a registration form. Normally, if you come physically, a support engineer will help you or assist you fill the form. Once you do that, you prove identity. That is, as I said, you come with your a photocopy of your company's registration form, and then you make payments, either cash or through our banks, and then the operator will go in and do the inputs for you. So once that is done, within 24 hours, your domain should be operational. And then if there are changes, you submit it to our support at Ghana.com. That is, let's say after registry, you want to change name servers. What you do is you send it to support at Ghana.com. The support engineers will do the changes for you. Then you can see the changes if you go to who.gh. Alright? Alright, next. Okay, so once you register the domain and you continue to pay for it, it becomes yours anytime you renew it. So it is yours so far as you continue to renew the domain. And let me add that the maximum number of years you can register is 10 years at a particular period of time. It doesn't mean after 10 years it's taken away from you. But after 10 years, if you want to renew, you go ahead and renew it. Okay? Yeah. Next. Okay, so we've been using this system for over 20 years now. 20 good years. And generations upon generations have been working on this thing. And it's been available, stable, resilient, and let me say minimal hack-free. Okay, so it means, I haven't
hack-free or
hack-free. Okay, I haven't heard anywhere. If GH is hacked, the media, the way we are polarized, you will hear these things. I'm not sure you've heard anything of that sort as of now. So it means something is being done well at least. Yeah. Next. Okay, so in terms of statistics, these are the data that we have. So let me also add that you cannot register directly now into the .gh. Okay. So but those that have been registered are there, so you can add more. Okay, so in terms of the numbers, this is what it is. And then this also tells you that we collect a lot of data in terms of hard copy files. So you see the cabinet there is full of files, hard copy files. Okay, so that's really a headache for us. Okay, thank you. So as in my content, I made mention that there's some migration that has taken place. Okay, so now what did we do? We digitized all the push records. That cabinet there, we digitized all of them. They are now online. We formatted the zone files to suit the new system. The manual who is not formally. What we do is when you come and ask for who is and you send us a mail, we have a big Excel sheet that we have to go in and do a search and see who you are. Then we send you a mail and say, okay, you are asking for this role details. Okay, so it was very laborious for us. But now all you have to do is to go to nick.gh and then you put in your search and then you get the results. We've also replaced Manchester and Austin, and I call it the grandfather of DNS. This DNS, Manchester and Austin, is, if I'm not mistaken, the first DNS that was built in Africa and serving the African community. So it was so painful for us to decommission it. So now we have, if you go and do a whois on the GH, you see that those two name servers have been replaced by Nick ns1.nic.gh and ns2.nic.gh. Those ones have been replaced by, they took the place of Austin and Manchester. Okay, registry now is, as I said, there's a migration going on. So our registry is now it's on the NITA network. In other words, it's on the government network as we speak, operational. So registrar no longer fill hard copy. And then let me also add that we have trained, as I said, we've dedicated the .gov part to government. And Ghana.com took another step of training engineers at NITA to begin registering names into the .gov as registrars. Okay, so this morning Annan has fired us up on Dnssec. So what have we done in relation to Dnssec? So as you can see, I should say that we have planned for it, and we have a VM already firing and waiting for the great Annan to come and certify that our processes are in order before he gives us or he signs for us. So as you can see,
it's running. The VM is running.
Yeah, it's running. So it's nothing for No, the machine is running, not the Dnssec. Okay, so that just tell that we are still going through the process. I think he wants us to be really ready, and so in terms of the hardware part, I think we are ready. But in terms of the processes, it needs to validate. Okay, and I'm sure that's one of the reasons why we're having this forum. Okay, so what's to be done? Redesign the DNS for the GH and the SLDs, get IPv6 to the GH registry, sign the GH and the SLDs, train personnel to manage the registry. We also plan to start the migration from GDC, that's Ghana.com, to NITA, and then revisit. That's kind of answered in the way. In that, the community must decide. We must decide what sort of, other names we want to add to the existing ones that will cater for our needs. So if the community says, look, we want ne.gh, we need to, come up with.
You have the mechanism to engage the community.
This is one of it.
There's a GHNIC, and you can always read GHNIC. And GHNIC is why you're here. But the way it works is like this. If you want .me, one of you should write a proposal asking for a .me. Then that will trigger a process of the consultation, so that a document is produced, because at the end you have to have a document that says that we all are signing off on this, not because we agree, but because we can live with it. Therefore, we have consensus, and that is how it works.
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't expect this. Okay, visit Ghana.com/GHNIC, and then you will see the prices there.